You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you right to this news conference in Indianapolis right now where they're talking about the stabbing of Mark Sanchez. We know that happened over the weekend. Still some questions about what happened, but he is facing charges in connection with this. So let's go ahead and listen in as officials speak.
Cause affidavit was filed and we made a preliminary charging determination based on that information. As is always the case, Chief and his team continued to work on this matter, continued to track down additional details for us and really supplemented that probable cause affidavit. I cannot say enough good things about the work that took place at IMPD. There was a ton of information to sift through and gather. They did an excellent job of acquiring that information. And as a consequence of that effort, we received an amended or an additional probable cause affidavit this morning. Again, this is something that happens in virtually every case here in Marion County. And with that additional information, we have added more serious charges against Mr. Sanchez. At this point in time, we have filed a felony charge, a level 5 felony of battery involving serious bodily injury, which contains a penalty of 1 to 6 years. One of the things that I want to stress to everybody is that we are still in the early stages of this investigation. Chief and his team have a number of search warrants that are still outstanding. They're still tracking down additional information. This is by no means the end of this investigation. This by no means means that these are going to be the final charges that we move forward with. We could not have done this case and be in a position to make today's charging decision without the hard work of IMPD and people in the community who came forward with information and pointed us in the right direction. And we've gathered a ton of information. One of the challenges you have in a case like this is the fact that you are dealing with individuals who are receiving medical care, and that's obviously the most important thing, that individuals are treated appropriately. But once we were provided with additional information about the victim's current medical condition, it became clear to us that additional charges needed to be filed. There's a supporting probable cause affidavit which was filed with the court today, which outlines the additional information which we have received thanks to the effort of IMPD, and that's why we were able to file the charges. A couple of things just about this incident. You know, certainly the thing that stands out to us is this was a situation that did not need to occur. You have the allegations involve a 38-year-old man becoming involved in an altercation with a 69-year-old man who sustained significant and very severe injuries as a result of that altercation. The probable cause outlines kind of the initial nature of that dispute. We are literally talking about people fighting over a parking space or a dispute about where people are parking, and it resulted in someone receiving just incredibly significant injuries. Where this incident took place was an area of the city which was very well covered by surveillance footage. There are multiple angles of surveillance footage which capture the events that occurred. And in addition, we had a number of civilian witnesses who came forward with provided information about what took place. For us, though, we need additional information, and Chief's team is working on that. And once we receive that additional information, additional charges might be appropriate to file. In a case like this, one of the things that you are considering is where people are coming from, where were people going, what were they doing, and then once individuals receive medical care, we're obviously very interested in what those medical records look like, because they can a lot of times give us greater insight into what was going on that day and potentially provide some information into an individual's state of mind. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Bailey.
Thank you, Prosecutor. First and foremost, I want to say that my thoughts and prayers are with the victim in this case and his family as he is on the road to recovery. I also want just to express just how proud I am of the officers and detectives of this police department who, those early morning hours of Saturday, rushed in to provide medical care and find out what was going on, and then spent the next really 2 full days putting this case together to present to our partners at the Marion County Prosecutor's Office. All of them, including deputy prosecutors, including the prosecutor himself, worked all weekend nonstop to bring those initial charges. And as he said, we continued to work on this case to find additional information, additional evidence, and additional witnesses to make this case stronger. The professionalism that we saw from our teams is what makes this department one of the best in this city, one of the best in the country, and their commitment to our community and keeping downtown and every neighborhood in our city safe was evident. Downtown Indianapolis remains a safe and welcoming environment for the people that live here and the people that visit here. It remains one of our safest neighborhoods. To date, violent crime is down 5% in downtown. Property crime is down 11%. Overall crime is down 10%. And across our city, violent crime is down 21%. That is because of the hard work of all of our partners in the criminal justice system, including Prosecutor Mears and the work of our detectives, the work that we see from our Office of Public Health and Safety, and the work of our boots on the ground community-based organizations who every day are doing their part to make our city safe. But I want to be clear about this. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you do for a living. I don't care where you live. If you come into our city, commit violence, we will use all the tools at our disposal to hold you accountable. As we move forward, IMPD will continue to maintain our strong, visible presence in downtown on those high visibility, high traffic weekends at major events to make sure that our community is safe. And I continue to urge our community to respect one another. As the prosecutor said, this did not need to happen. It just did not. We need to recognize our differences, respect those differences, and deal with our conflict without resorting to violence, because it's just not worth it. I appreciate the cooperation of our community and the downtown residents and businesses who continue to support their police department, each other, and work with us to solve our problems. Thank you, and now we will take some questions.
Ryan Mears, Prosecutor Mears, are there any laws on the books that state that charges will be up based on maybe a victim's age, especially if this person was elderly?
So traditionally, that's more of a statutory aggravator as it relates to sentencing. And so one of the things that the court can consider when they're trying to impose a sentence, as I mentioned, this is a level 5 felony, 1 to 6 years. One of the statutory aggravators is the age of the victim, and certainly that is something that the judge could consider when they're imposing a sentence.
Did investigators take a BAC level from Sanchez?
Well, anytime anyone's admitted to the hospital, there's a number of things that are conducted as just kind of a matter of routine and a matter of procedure. And I think as you work through the process, certainly their health records are protected. We have to go through that process of making sure that any information that we receive is obtained through the proper channels. And I know Chief's team's working on that.
Do we know if investigators have had a chance to talk to any of Sanchez's associates to piece together what his Friday night was like before this happened?
I can't answer exactly what step in the process the investigators are at, but as the prosecutor mentioned, just because charges are filed doesn't mean the case or the investigation stops. So the investigators will be looking into all those things, and I think the medical records are going to be extremely important for both individuals to help the prosecutor make an important a charging decision to see if there's some other way to another charge that needs to be added, but also to see if there was some sort of altered state of mind of the individuals involved in this incident.
Does the felony mean his bond has now changed?
So we'll look. So as you know, we're currently assigned to a misdemeanor level 6 court with the additional charges. This case will be transferred to a major felony court, and then it would be up to that major felony court to make the determination as to whether or not a bond should be imposed regarding the new charges. Again, these new charges are supported by an amended probable cause affidavit, which goes into way more detail about what took place on that night, and also more clearly outlines the nature and extent of the victim's injuries in this case.
How does the state's self-defense law play into this and the allegations?
Well, certainly Indiana has some of the most robust self-defense laws in the nation, and that's always going to be part of the equation when you evaluate cases like this and trying to determine exactly what took place. And it will certainly be at the center of this particular trial as well when we have conversations about were people acting reasonably or not. And in Indiana, you have no duty to retreat. And so those are all things that you need to consider in terms of when you make that initial charging decision. Those facts have been evaluated, and certainly the self-defense law is going to be an issue that will be raised at trial.
Last question.
You tweeted yesterday for the first time in 3 years criticizing the governor for his quick take for political gain. What's your reaction to that?
Well, for me, the most important thing is that we get information out there that is accurate. And anytime people jump to conclusions and don't rely on facts, That's obviously disappointing. For us, though, we have conversations about what's taking place in Marion County. When those types of things are said, it's not really an attack on me. It's an attack on 420 people who work in the prosecutor's office who are dedicated to their job. And we've won 31 out of our last 34 murder trials. We've won the last 10 murder trials in a row. And if the governor has conversations about what's going on in Marion County, not only can he look to those stats, but he has an open invitation to come to the prosecutor's office and not only meet with me, but the people who are in the courtroom every single day fighting for those convictions. We don't get those records and we don't get those results without Chief Bailey's help, without the community's help. And so if the governor thinks that he can add to that conversation, if he says, hey, there's additional things that can be done to help, we always want to have that conversation. Where I think my frustration sometimes comes from is everybody's quick to blame and point fingers. We need substantive responses that actually address the challenges that we're facing and give everybody the tools and resources that they need to be successful. I feel very comfortable with where we are in terms of our murder conviction rate, but we can't do that without Chief Bailey. We can't do that without the community, and if the governor thinks he can assist, he's got an open invitation to come.
Thank you all. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
For both Ryan and Chris, considering Indiana is a constitutional carry state, and as you pointed out, self-defense statute is very broad, how lucky are we that somebody's not dead of a gunshot wound?
Well, go ahead.
I mean, I mean, we've seen over the last several years the number of cases that have to be screened from the prosecutor's office and look through the lens of self-defense, I think, go up. And that's because a lot more people are armed and protecting, which is their right that they have. But when conflicts, which I've said repeatedly, continue to drive violence in our community, simple conflicts over things like parking spots, and the list goes on and on that we've seen over the last several years, these tragic cases that turn violent because someone has a weapon of any sort. But we're lucky that no one's dead right now as a result of this incident that involved a knife. But certainly more people have guns, and we have to be mindful of that as we start and deal with conflict in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
At the news conference in Indianapolis, wrapping up as we learned some new information about the charges that former NFL QB and current Fox Sports analyst Mark Sanchez is facing after this incident. He is now charged with a felony battery charge, which carries a sentence, if he were to be convicted, of 1 to 6 years in prison. We also heard from the prosecutor saying that there could be an additional charge or other upgraded charges as well that Sanchez could be facing in this. Again, we did hear that this is a fight over parking. They talked about the significant injuries to the 69-year-old man who pulled out a knife and, according to investigators, stabbed Sanchez in self-defense. They also talked about having multiple surveillance multiple angles of surveillance camera video of this incident that kind of shows what happened. Also, strong words from the police chief there in Indianapolis saying, I don't care who you are, if you come into our community and spark violence, then we are going to pursue all avenues against you. And so some new details there from the Marion County, Indiana prosecutor and the Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department chief talking about this incident over the weekend that led to that stabbing. We are so we're continuing to follow that. I do want to let you know we are also waiting on a news conference at 11:30, about 15 minutes from now or so, where we're going to hear from Ben Crump and the family of Kevin Rodriguez Zavala, who are reacting to the reopening of the Stardust Racers. Let me give you a live look. We have seen some of those roller coaster cars going this morning. The roller coaster there did reopen on Saturday evening. It was shut down for about 3 weeks after the death of 32-year-old Kevin Rodriguez Zavala, and we do expect to hear from Ben Crump, the other members of the legal team, and the family members of Kevin Rodriguez Zavala. So we'll have more on that in just a couple of minutes, and then we will take you to that news conference live as well. So keep it here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this rainy Monday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are getting ready for this news conference coming up at 11:30. Stardust Racers again is back open now. The roller coaster at Epic Universe that was closed for nearly 3 weeks after a number of tests and investigations looking into that following the death of 32-year-old Kevin Rodriguez Zavala. That ride reopened on Saturday evening. It was tested again throughout the day by team members at the Epic Universe, and then reopened with updated warnings for the roller coaster and other rides as well throughout Universal Parks. And Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie has more.
Zavala's family describes the decision to reopen the roller coaster as irresponsible, given that there is still an ongoing death investigation and the legal team's set of experts has yet to be able to inspect the roller coaster. Now, in a statement from Kevin Rodriguez Zavala's parents, they say, quote, "By rushing to reopen this ride as if nothing happened, Universal is showing great disregard for Kevin's life, our family's pain, and the safety of every rider who steps onto that coaster. We are horrified that Universal would put the ride back into operation so quickly." Stardust Racers reopened Saturday evening. Universal says they performed a thorough review and found the ride functioned properly and was safe to reopen. The theme park says they worked closely with state and local officials to ensure the ride's safety. Staff even tested the ride Saturday morning before it reopened. Universal also updated their ride warnings. Some riders waited all day on Saturday to get back on Stardust Racers. Fox 35 spoke with some guests going on the ride the day it reopened about the new policy.
I know it is a very sad and unfortunate situation, but I do feel deep down that Universal does everything and anything to make sure every person that enters on a ride is at their most safe.
According to Universal's website, it previously warned the ride was not for guests with back conditions. Now, the park has updated its safety precautions for rides at Epic and at other parks. On their website, it says it now requires guests using mobility devices to be able to walk independently to ride Stardust Racers. This morning's news conference with Zavala's family and their attorney is scheduled for 11:30. Fox 35 will be there to bring you the latest on what happens. Reporting in Orlando, Amanda McKenzie, Fox 35 News.
And we will bring you that news conference live as soon as it does begin. Here's a live look right now over I-4 here in Lake Mary. This is the view from our tower camera above the Fox 35 studios here in Seminole County. We're learning some new details about one of the 3 people killed in a suspected hit-and-run crash on I-4 in Volusia County. A family is saying Joaquin Dino was a devoted grandfather and was well known across Central Florida as well for his love of motorcycles. The update in the investigation is that troopers are still looking for the driver who is wanted in connection with this suspected hit-and-run crash, but they did make one crucial step forward in that when they found the car that they believe was involved in this. Fox 35's Amanda Ruiz has the latest details on that.
3 people were killed in a chain reaction crash that happened on I-4 headed to DeBerry. The Florida Highway Patrol says it all started with a Dodge Durango changing lanes. According to the Florida Highway Patrol, the Dodge Durango hit a Ford Focus. The Ford Focus went into the guardrail and came back onto the road and hit a Honda Pilot. 3 people died on the scene, including a 54-year-old man from Deltona driving a motorcycle. His name was Joaquin Anthony Dino. The driver of the Durango fled the scene. The crash happened on Saturday night, and on Sunday, the family and friends lined the highway to remember those killed in this horrific crash.
You could have stopped and just, my bad, like it was a pure accident. But you took off knowing what you left behind. And it's sorry.
And the Florida Highway Patrol has found the Dodge Durango. It was sitting in a parking lot in Flagler County of an apartment complex. They also said now they're trying to figure out who it belongs to and who was driving it on Saturday night. Reporting outside I-4, Amanda Ruiz, Fox 35 News.
Also in Volusia County, deputies arrested an 11-year-old boy who they say threatened to shoot up a middle school. Again, he's 11 years old, and deputies got the information from the FBI about a comment that he's accused of making in a post on TikTok. Fox 35's Marley Capper has that story.
Good morning. The FBI told the Volusia County Sheriff's Office that the 11-year-old boy had made comments on TikTok about a threat towards his school, Campbell Middle School in Daytona Beach. Deputies say the boy didn't have any access to weapons and he was cuffed and taken to the Family Resource Center. This isn't the first student that's been arrested for allegedly making a school threat. In August of this year, a 16-year-old was arrested for making threats to shoot up a school. Deputies say he had pictures of guns inside his backpack and tagged Mainland High School. In September, a 15-year-old was arrested for bringing a gun to Deltona High School. Also in September, a 13-year-old was arrested for drawing an AR-15 style gun on a desk at River Springs High School with some words cursing his school. Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood has said several times that if your students make these threats, not only will they be arrested, but they will be perk walked, and those images will be posted online to use as an example of what not to do. He urges parents to be involved, to know what your students are doing in and out of school to hopefully prevent these threats from happening. Reporting in Volusia County, Marley Capper, Fox 35 News.
We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but when we come back, we're going to get a latest check of the weather and track the tropics as well with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner. So keep it here on Fox Local, and we'll be right back. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, talking about a rainy weekend and seeing more of it this morning.
Yeah, periodic downpours, that's the name of the game. And today, Garrett, we've got more tropical moisture to work with and even the benefit of an upper level system to help enhance it even further. So already on this Monday morning, we've had thunderstorms across the area, and some of these storms have been on the really heavy side. We're talking several inches of rain possible today alone. Otherwise, it's all about clouds and wind and a live view at the beach because we've got higher than normal tides. In fact, we've got to watch these tides carefully because this morning we had a tide at 7:38 a.m. and the water was going all the way up to the seawall and chewing away at the dunes. We've got another high tide this evening at 8:04 p.m. and then tomorrow a king tide at 8:28 a.m. Now a king tide is a spring tide. It's some of the biggest tides of the year. We've got this super moon. Everything's super and king and big, but truly it's the moon is closest to the Earth in its annual orbit, and so that tends to make the tides more amplified. And thanks to our continental shelf kind of dropping off quickly, we don't get the same impacts as South Florida does, or like the low country of South Carolina, when you can have a blue sky day and when there's a king tide it causes flooding all over the place. But it does bump our tides up a foot or so, and so that combined with a little bit of a quasi-storm surge from this persistent easterly flow, well, that results in a lot of erosion at times of high tide, especially on some of the beaches that were freshly nourished with some of that offshore sand. Tends to be a lot more coarse, and that can get washed back into the ocean very quickly. High surf advisory, beach erosion, 5 to 7 foot waves. Not a great day to be at the beach, obviously. And the rain, the radar has been very active all morning, and it will be all afternoon. We're going to see waves of rain. You can tell it red and yellow. I mean, that is a real big downpour. Future clouds and radar features, this stuff really coming to a head around 1 o'clock through probably 4 to 5 p.m., which means that not just for school pickup and the bus stop, but also for your commute home, you're going to run into some wet roads, potentially some big puddling on the roads and big ponding as the rain is coming down at a very fast pace. Now we're going to see the rain generally tamping down this evening and then a drier pattern as we head into the middle of the week, but we could see an additional 1 to as many as 3 inches of rain today in the hardest hit areas. Hard to see exactly where that'll be. It'll probably be just inland from the coast, especially west of I-95, maybe in places that haven't had as much rain. But we've already seen upwards of 7.5 inches of rain in northeastern Osceola, western Brevard County, also just outside of Oak Hill and Volusia County, between 4 and 7 inches of rain falling. A lot of us have had a soaking over the last 5 days. This is the cumulative totals, but this is what it looks like for a lot of us out there. Look at that rain falling at Lake Fairview. All right, let's talk tropics. We've got a tropical wave, Invest 95L, in the eastern Atlantic, and it is showing signs of developing. In fact, the spaghetti models bring this westward before curving it away from the U.S. But folks in the islands, we're talking about the Leeward Islands, that's the Lesser Antilles of the Caribbean, as well as Bermuda. We'll need to watch this one carefully at the end of this week and next week. There's about a 70% chance that this becomes Tropical Storm Jerry, and many of our computer models are now making this a Hurricane Jerry by the time we get into about 3 to 4 days from now. So this could be a somewhat rapid intensifier. A hurricane is certainly possible. Jerry would be the name, so we're going to watch that very carefully. After Jerry comes Karen, and we've got to watch those mid to late October systems because they're more likely to form in the Gulf and in the Western Caribbean, both areas that are completely untapped this hurricane season with a lot of really warm ocean heat content. While there's nothing in the cards now, if something was to form in the Gulf or the Caribbean, it would be statistically more likely to impact the Gulf Coast, including Florida. So that is where we need to watch. October can be a very busy month for Florida. Look no further than last year when we had Hurricane Milton in October, and with all that heat, you could get a big hurricane out there. Karen would be the likely name of something that was to form in the Gulf. By the way, something to look forward to, this muggy weather is going to be with us for the next several days, and then the hope of fall weather arriving for the weekend. Got an Atlantic system looks to set up on Friday, bringing nor'easter conditions to the northeast, but dry air to Florida. That would mean low temperatures in the 60s this weekend. So for your morning run on Saturday, you're going to be good to go. Same with Sunday, and high temperatures in the lower to middle 80s. Just a few coastal showers possible on the Atlantic side. So Garrett, after a couple of days of rain and what's been a really unrelentingly just on again, off again, dreary pattern, there's some hope on the horizon.
Yeah. Some brighter days ahead, literally.
That's right. It's going to be very nice. After this week, it's going to feel great to have drier air, lower humidity.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, we appreciate you joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you, Garrett.
Let me give you a live look right now inside the Crown Plaza Hotel in downtown Orlando, where we expect this news conference to begin any minute now. Scheduled for 11:30. You can still see folks setting up. No sign of Ben Crump or the family members of Kevin Rodriguez Zavala just yet, but we are waiting for this to begin any minute now. Unclear what they might exactly have to say. We know in the statement that was released on Friday when this announcement was first made about Stardust reopening, that Ben Crump said he was horrified by this decision to reopen the ride. So we will be paying close attention to see what they have to say about this today. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be right back after this. And again, we'll make sure you don't miss anything from this news conference if it were to begin in the next couple of minutes. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Again, give you a live look inside the hotel where we are expecting to hear from Ben Crump any minute now, talking about Stardust Racers at Epic Universe reopening over the weekend after it was closed for several weeks following the death of Kevin Rodriguez Zavala. So we will be monitoring that, and we will bring you that news conference live as soon as it begins. You can see the roller coaster is rolling right now inside Celestial Park at Epic Universe. You see those dueling coasters rolling along the tracks there. It was September 17th when 32-year-old Kevin Rodriguez Zavala was found unconscious after riding that ride. He was taken to the hospital where he died, and after that, there was a lot of testing and investigation going on, testing of the ride, inspecting the ride, a number of different steps that were taken. And so it had been closed for that whole time. Every time we had taken a look at this live picture here, nothing happening on that. But that changed Saturday evening. We learned from a communication on Friday that the park COO, or Universal's Orlando COO, sent to theme park workers saying that they would plan to reopen that on a Saturday. They would update the signs. They were kind of reinforcing and emphasizing existing policies and clarifying some things. You heard Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie talk about that a few minutes ago, making it clear now that anyone with who cannot walk independently not be allowed to ride that ride. We know Kevin Rodriguez Zavala was in a wheelchair, and according to his legal team, workers at Epic Universe used a transfer seat to get him out of the wheelchair and onto the ride. But again, I want to give you a look too. We have some new video of the warnings that are posted outside of that Stardust Racers roller coaster ride. Here you can see, do not ride if you have any of the following conditions, and it goes through a number of those things. This was part of the of what we learned was the plan from Universal to be able to reopen this by making these signs more prominent, by emphasizing the policies and procedures that need to be in effect. So we are waiting to see what Ben Crump has to say and the family members. This will be now the third time that we have heard from them since the death of Kevin Rodriguez Zavala, and since the family members hired Ben Crump. We heard heard from them in an initial news conference. We heard from them again last week, I believe it was Tuesday, when we heard from them, and then we'll hear from them here very shortly in just a few minutes when they react to the reopening of that Stardust Racers ride. So again, unclear what they might have to say about this, but their statement over the weekend saying they were horrified by the reopening of this, saying there's still that it is the center of a death investigation, and they are not happy about that decision to reopen. One other thing that we are monitoring today, the government shutdown continuing to stretch. No signs of any movement on that. The Senate is set to vote later today on the spending plans. But again, to our knowledge, there really hasn't been a whole lot that has changed on that. This will now be the third time, I believe, that they have voted on these plans in the past few days. So the Senate convenes at 3 o'clock. So a little bit later this afternoon. They will be voting on that, potentially with a chance to end the government shutdown as it begins a new week, but we will see. Give you a live look at the White House right now. 1 o'clock, we do expect to hear from the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, who will give a press briefing. Also this afternoon, a couple of other things. One other thing that we're watching from Capitol Hill, a news conference talking about NASA funding and wanting to see some more funding, wanting to restore some budget cuts, and wanting to see NASA keep more of their funding. So we'll be watching that this afternoon. Also closer to our area at 1:30, expecting an update on the man who is charged in connection with the killing of the off-duty Edgewater police officer who was shot inside a gas station in Volusia County. So just wanted to let you know kind of where things stand right now. We're going to take another quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this, and we'll get you to this news conference in Orlando as soon as it begins.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. You haven't missed anything. We're still standing by for the start of that news conference in Orlando, where we will hear from attorney Ben Crump, who's representing the family of the man who died after riding Stardust Racers. That roller coaster has now reopened, and we expect to hear from their attorney and the family members coming up here shortly. We also, just before we went to break, talked a little bit about the government shutdown that has now stretched into this second week here, and learning some more about the impacts as well on people and on organizations here in Central Florida. And one of those organizations is the Second Harvest Food Bank, which does a lot of good for a lot of families here in our region. They get 25% of their donations from federal of their funding from federal aid, and so we talked with them earlier today on A Good Day Orlando about what this shutdown means for them and how folks can help them in the meantime.
Let's talk first about some of these initial issues that you're seeing from the shutdown. It hasn't been that long, but sometimes it doesn't take long for you to start to feel that.
Yeah, well, usually we don't experience immediate impact with the shutdown. One of the things that we learned in 2018 when we visited this once before was that the need typically rises around the first missed paycheck. And right now, that's next Wednesday, I think, October 15th. So immediately, no major impact. A prolonged shutdown really adds even more challenges to our friends and neighbors that are at risk. And if I could add, we are already seeing unprecedented levels of food insecurity, more than we've seen in over a decade.
What do you attribute that to, Derek? What are the stories that you often hear from people?
Well, in many cases, baseline where we are today. I mean,
and so that interview you can watch on fox35orlando.com, also talking about preparations for a potential increase in people they need to help as the government shutdown continues. I want to get you live inside the Crown Plaza Hotel downtown as Ben Crump just walked to the podium. You see the family members of Kevin Rodriguez Zavala as well. So let's go ahead and listen in as this news conference begins. And we expect to hear from them reacting to the reopening of Stardust Racers at Epic Universe.
Is everyone ready? Okay. Good morning. I'm Attorney Ben Crump, along with Attorney Natalie Jackson and Attorney Paul Grinke and Attorney Aaron Deacle. We have the honor and the privilege of representing the family of Kevin Rodriguez Zavala. We have with us this morning his mother and father, Ana and Carlos, who you will hear from today, as well as his brother and sister-in-law, Veronica and Michael. You will also, Attorney Grinke and Attorney Jackson may answer some questions with us. Also present with us is his girlfriend, Javalise, and her mother, Liz. Let me start this press conference off with reminding you all, after this tragedy, before we had our first press conference, the president of Universal Epic put out some statement to her team members after the tragedy. And in large part, she says safety is and always will be at the forefront of everything we do. Well, Universal, these words ring hollow in light of you reopening the Stardust coaster this weekend without giving Kevin's families any answers whatsoever to why he was killed on your roller coaster. Not having our experts be able to inspect the roller coaster that killed Kevin. Not having the investigations be completed as to what killed Kevin. But yet, you open up this ride. You open up this ride. And it has Kevin family asking the questions. Are they putting profit over people? Are they putting profits over my son's life? And I have to say to the family, it's a fair question. It is a fair question. Because when you put out very appropriate statements, like saying safety is and always will be at the forefront of everything we do, I am reminded of when I was a little boy. My grandmother taught me I'd rather see a sermon than hear one any day of the week. That your words speak, your actions speak so loud that we need not hear Universal tell us how much they think safety is the utmost important. Because their actions in reopening this ride does not suggest that safety is at the forefront of everything they do. The family was very disappointed. that they reopened this ride while we were trying to set up the inspections. Almost like a thief in the night when they said on a Friday afternoon, we're opening the ride tomorrow. You know when the family found out that the ride was going to be reopened? When you all found out the ride was going to be opened. I mean, they feel it was the ultimate disrespect. Not only for them, not only for the community, but for the tragic loss of Kevin. Ultimate disrespect to Kevin's memory to do this. You know, we're here today because Universal has reopened the Stardust Racer roller coaster, and the family believes it's reopening this ride now is so premature. It's so deeply disturbing because they haven't gotten any answers. They haven't gotten any answers, and that's all they've been asking for from day one. It's over 2 weeks now, and still not the answer one as to why Kevin is dead. When Kevin was provided a transfer seat by Universal employees and allowed on the Stardust Racer roller coaster, Kevin believed he was safe. He believed that because of Universal's actions, they were telling him he was safe. Kevin trusted Universal. He trusted them assisting him on the ride. He trusted the process. He trusted the training of Universal employees to keep him safe and out of harm's way. Kevin trusted the Universal officials, and that trust ended up being a death sentence for Kevin Rodriguez Zavala. And I'm trying to get through my part so you can hear from his parents. But we want to address this announcement, was it on Sunday, about the change in policy? Saturday? The weekend? The change in policy? You know, Universal Studios, this multi-billion-dollar corporation, with all kinds of safety experts, all kinds of design experts. You mean to tell me that they did not arrive at the conclusion that this ride was not safe for disabled people that were bound to a wheelchair until after Kevin was dead? Is that what they're trying to get us to believe? That they had this epiphany that, oh, because Kevin dead, the design should not allow disabled citizens, disabled persons to ride the roller coaster. This change of policy should have been the policy before Kevin got on the ride. His girlfriend and he, they did everything they were supposed to do. They read instructions, anything that had warnings or restrictions, they wouldn't get on those roller coasters. Kevin had rolled on roller coasters over 100 times. And he was safe on every roller coaster he rode on, Universal, Epic, until he was killed on your roller coaster. Until he was killed on your roller coaster. Kevin was a highly intelligent, independent, living young man. He understood everything about his limitations. His family and he were very, very clear on things he could do and what he couldn't do. They did everything that they were supposed to do that day. They trusted Universal was the only thing he did wrong. He trusted Universal. This change in policy is like, I don't know, really, when you think about this change of policy, it's a day late, $1 short. It's like giving a death row pardon 10 minutes too late, Universal. It shouldn't be after somebody is killed that you go over your safety protocols, that you examine your design of the roller coaster. No, that is supposed to happen to prevent a tragedy like this. And as we said before, people had said that they had got injured on this ride, that the restraints were not appropriate because they had gotten injured. And I get it. They keep saying over and over again, but there were no malfunctions. That doesn't mean that there were no safety issues. Because if there were no safety issues, Anna and Carlos's son would still be living today. And that's the crux of the matter, Universal. That's the crux of the matter. You all have the responsibility of his death at your feet. And you can't go on with business as usual, trying to sweep it under the rug and think that people are not going to have humanity for what Anna and Carlos and their entire family are going through. And just to say, before I introduce them, what quality of people they are, they keep talking about the loss of Kevin, but they all keep saying Attorney Crump and Attorney Greenkey, Attorney Jackson. What if it happens again to somebody else? We don't want it to happen to anybody else's child. We got the email from the lady talking about how she hit her head. We know that other people were complaining, and that didn't make them change anything. How can we make sure that this doesn't happen to anybody else's child? That's what this is about. That's what this is about, Universal Studios. To all the executives, it's about safety of our children. Hopefully, you would think about our children like you think about your children. And then maybe you won't be so quick to reopen a ride because you need to worry about the bottom line. No, it's about human life. Human life has to matter for something. At this time, you're going to hear from his parents, starting with his father, Carlos, who's going to have his children assist him because he's a little under the weather this morning, but he's going to stand with you with his children as they give you their statement in response to Universal reopening the ride. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins, you want to stand with?
Good morning. My name is Veronica Colazo. I am Kevin Rodriguez's sister-in-law. I will be reading a letter that my father-in-law wrote because his voice is a little under the weather. My name is Carlos Rodriguez Ortiz. I am Kevin's father. On the night Kevin died, he trusted Universal. That trust cost him his life. Universal said that safety is the most important thing. Yet they reopened the ride this weekend without having all of the investigations complete. To me, this is not putting safety first. This is not right. I say to the officials at Universal, until you do right, Kevin's blood is on your hands. He trusted its employees and the safety bar that was supposed to protect him. We learned that after Universal provided a wheelchair transfer seat to Kevin to get onto the ride, it took a Universal employee 4 tries at closing the lap bar to get the green light that Kevin's seat restraint was secured. The green light was given only after the employee forcefully pushed down the restraint on the 4th attempt. Kevin did nothing wrong. He reviewed the warnings before getting on the roller coaster, like he always did anytime he rode on the roller coaster. He placed his trust in Universal and its employees not to let him board on a ride if it was dangerous for him. He believed he was safe because Universal's actions told him that he was safe. We can't get Kevin back, but we can speak up to make sure no one else loses their life this way. My son was killed just 2 weeks ago, and we still have no answers. Yet they reopened the ride as if his life didn't matter and his death wasn't worth answering for. We're not here to tear Universal down. We're here to lift safety standards up. We're not against Universal, and we know people love the theme parks because Kevin loved them. We just believe that every guest deserves to feel safe, no matter who they are or whether they walk or even roll. When something this tragic happens, the right thing to do is stop, look closely, and fix what went wrong, not move on as if nothing happened. We're asking Universal to let our experts inspect the ride, to be transparent, and to work together to make every ride safer. Everyone deserves to enjoy these parks and come home safely. That's all we're asking for. Kevin was the heart of our family. He was strong, independent, and capable, even with his lifelong disability. He never let it define him, and he lived fully, joyfully, and bravely. Thank you.
And that's so critically important, every word she said. Now you will hear from his mother, Anna, and she is, I don't think she'll need a translator, but okay. Okay, you're gonna read it in English.
Mi nombre es Ana Zavala y soy la madre de Kevin. Kevin nació el 5 de julio de 1993. Tan solo tenía 32 años cuando se nos fue arrebatado. Kevin estaba lleno de vida, de alegría y de amor. A los dos nos encantaba montarnos en las montañas rusas. Compartíamos esta emoción en adrenalina. Nos hacía sentir vivos y libres. Uno de mis fotos favoritas de nosotros dos era cuando montábamos la montaña rusa y sonriendo con manos al aire libre. Pero ahora esta foto es demasiado dolorosa para mirar porque me recuerda cómo murió. Esa noche cuando Kevin fue a Universal, él le confió en que la montaña rusa era segura. Confió en sus empleados que lo ayudaban. Esa confianza le costó la vida. Desde esa noche nuestras vidas no han sido las mismas. No pasa un solo día en que pensemos en él, en su sonrisa, su voz, su bondad. Cuando supimos que Universal abrió la montaña rusa, se nos rompió el corazón. Fue como perderlo otra vez. ¿Cómo pueden abrirla si todavía hoy no tenemos respuestas? Antes de que nuestros propios expertos puedan investigarla. No estamos pidiendo que la cierren por siempre, solo pedimos que se le haga segura, porque no queremos que otra familia tenga que pasar por lo mismo que estamos pasando nosotros. Sigo dando vueltas en mi cama todas las noches, intentando entender por qué no creen que la vida de mi hijo es importante. Si fueran sus hijos, ¿no creen que hubiera abierto la montaña rusa tan rápido? Amo a mi hijo tanto como ellos aman a sus hijos. La persona que esté tomando la decisión de priorizar las ganancias sobre la seguridad, que Dios tenga piedad de su alma. Gracias, es todo.
I will be reading her statement in English. My name is Ana Zavala, and I am Kevin's mother. Kevin was born on July 5th, 1993. He was just 32 years old when he was taken away from us. Kevin was full of life, laughter, and love. Riding roller coasters was something we both loved to do together. We shared that thrill and exhilaration. It made him and I feel alive and free. One of my favorite photos of us is on a roller coaster. Both of us smiling, his hands in the air. But now, that photo is too painful to look at because it reminds me of how he died. When Kevin went to Universal that night, he trusted that the ride was safe. He trusted the employees who helped him. That trust cost him his life. Since that night, our lives have not been the same. There isn't a day that goes by that we don't think about him. His smile, his voice, his kindness. When we learned Universal had reopened the ride, we were heartbroken. It felt like losing him all over again. How can the ride be open before we even have answers? about what went wrong before our own experts can even take a look at it. We're not asking them to close it forever. We're asking them for answers and to make it safe, because we do not want another family to go through what we are all going through. I continue to toss and turn at night, trying to figure out why they don't think my son's life mattered. If this were their children, I don't think they would have opened up this ride so quickly. I love my son just as much as they love their children. Whoever is making the decision to put profit over people and their safety, may God have mercy on your soul.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to his very brave parents, his heartbroken parents, his determined parents to get answers and to get accountability. Universal has a responsibility not just to Kevin's family, but to every family who visits the parks to ensure its rides are safe for all guests. Y'all, this is an issue that goes so far beyond Kevin's family. I mean, there are theme parks all across America, all across the world, but they are a major part of the Central Florida community. And we have to tell Universal together that this is an important matter, that it shouldn't just be about the bottom line, because they reopened this ride this weekend and we saw a person who was interviewed saying they had to shut down the ride again because they were having problems with closing the restraint. I mean, that's time they reopen it. They still having problems with it. Y'all, we have to make sure this ride is safe. If we don't, we're gonna be back here again with another family or another citizen complaining about how they were injured on this ride. This is real. This is an issue that is so important for Central Florida, so important for the state of Florida and America. It's so important, y'all, so very important. I think about, they opened the ride, they had some issues. We know from the lawsuit, even before the ride officially opened in May, when they had people pre-riding, that they had safety issues. I mean, how many more times, Universal, before you say, we're going to live up to our words? These words that safety is and always will be at the forefront of everything we do. That's what Kevin's family think when you put those words on writing. It doesn't mean anything if your actions don't match your words, Universal. Kevin Rodriguez Zavala, life matters. I agree with his father and mother. They want every night those officials go to sleep at night to see their son's face. They want them to see Kevin's face, this young man who was so full of life. His life lost on your roller coaster because y'all didn't get the safety issues right. That y'all came and tried to change the warnings after it was too late, after Kevin was dead and gone. This is real, Universal. You all got to make it right. I agree with Mr. Carlos. The blood is on your hands until you make this right, till you make this ride safe, till you make sure you do right by Kevin's family. This is very important. You can't sweep it under the rug. It won't be business as usual. So, if you all have any questions, we'll try to take a few. Obviously, it's a very emotional time.
You suggested that you and the family should have had access to the roller coaster before it reopened. Why did you not go to the courthouse a couple blocks from here to try to get an injunction?
Because we trusted Universal. We trusted Universal, and like Kevin, trust was betrayed. Apparently ours was too. We thought we were going to get to investigate. Our experts were going to get to investigate before they open back up. They told us that they were going to do that.
Yeah. The timing and the manner that they reopened that ride with no notice to us, not one phone call, no communication, and the late Friday afternoon, the way that we found out, made it very difficult, and that was on purpose.
Utmost disrespect. But it don't matter. They can run, but they can't hide. We will get justice for Kevin. We will get justice for Kevin.
Did you guys ever try to go to the courthouse though before, or was there ever a mention of a court injunction?
No, because we took them at their word. We said safety was paramount. If safety is paramount, you saying that they're going to work with us.
Yeah, so look, we were in active communications to schedule an inspection with our team of experts.
And their lawyers.
Okay? And we trusted them on that was going to occur before this ride was ever reopened, so that we could all investigate and maybe even work together to find out any safety issues and make them right before the ride was reopened. And they didn't keep their word on that.
Is there still an opportunity for you guys to go back and try to get it shut down now, or is it?
Well, we hope that Universal hears the pleas of Kevin's family. But it's been made painfully obvious to Kevin's family. They believe it's about the bottom line. They don't think it's about Kevin's life or people's safety. I mean, you heard their words. This is, if that was your child, what message did Universal just send to this family? It was a slap in the face to them. Yeah. And you can best believe our legal team will be looking at all issues about them reopening this ride, and if that presents an issue of spoliation. And so we will make sure that Kevin gets justice. They will not get away with sweeping his life under the rug. Any other questions?
There's been some speculation that perhaps Mr. Rodriguez Zavala became unconscious, and then as a result of the ride may have been battered around. Are you looking into that theory, and if so, what do you believe?
I'm so happy you asked that question. We believe there's video that exists. We have his eyewitness who was right there with him. We know he didn't lose conscious. But that's an important issue. Will we get to see the video? Will they be transparent? This is a multi-billion-dollar theme park. We know there are cameras everywhere. We know there's video everywhere in this advent of technology that we live in today. So we don't have to speculate. Hopefully they're going to be transparent.
Yeah, I'll just add one word to that. With roller coasters, intense roller coasters like this one worldwide, it's foreseeable that folks may become unconscious or faint or something like that, and we believe that the ride should be designed to account for that with better restraints, whether they be shoulder restraints or extra lap belts, not just a bar that comes down over your lap. So, but yes, we are looking into that.
Yeah, go ahead. We know he did not pass out.
Until he hit his head.
Yeah. And hopefully we'll have the autopsy results very soon that we will share with you that will speak to that as well. Any other questions?
Yes, Monica Williams, National News. I would like to know if anyone from Universal, any officials at all, have reached out to the family or to anyone since this has opened back up. I mean, since we've been here, has anyone heard heard from them at all in regards to anything?
Their lawyers talk to.
Yeah, I'm going to maintain the integrity of the communications with the lawyers, but no one from Universal has in any manner tried to reach out to this family through us or in any other manner to offer condolences or offer to share with us in the investigation.
Or to say that we're going to open back up this ride. We wanted you all to know before the public knew. No, they didn't give that courtesy to this family.
And you all, I just want to make sure I understand correctly. So you all were made aware of this opening on Friday?
No. We learned it from you all. We learned it from the media. That's why they say it was the ultimate disrespect. They feel disrespect. Injury, not just on top of, insult not just on top of injury, insult on top of death. It continues. Any last?
Just to be clear, we thought we were planning an inspection.
Natalie, you want to talk in the mic?
I just want to be clear. We were in communications planning an inspection when this news came out that the roller coaster was going to reopen.
We said that back at the last press conference. Remember, we said we were going to work with them, and Attorney Grink, Attorney Jackson was going to be with our experts and inspect the ride. We never ever thought that they would have such blatant disrespect for Kevin Rodriguez Zavala's family.
Mr. Crump, just so everyone is clear, yes or no, did Mr. Rodriguez Zavala have, quote, back, neck, or similar physical conditions?
What you mean? He was fine. He was disabled, but he was.
That's what the ride sign says.
No.
Can I answer that? The fact that people are asking that and knowing that he was in a wheelchair, that means that was so vague that it was not a clear warning. So whether or not, he did not have any ongoing pain or anything like that. He had a lifelong spinal disease and disorder. That was lifelong that he lived with. So there was nothing about being able to walk. There was nothing about being in a wheelchair. And they provided a chair, a transfer chair, and I want to be clear about that. They provided the transfer chair where he was able to get on the ride.
And forgive us for getting emotional, because you get close to the family, and it's disrespectful to them when they try to blame Kevin for his death, when he did absolutely nothing wrong. He did absolutely nothing wrong. If he is guilty of anything, it is that he trusted Universal Epic Studios to make sure he was safe on their roller coaster and that he wouldn't be unalived on their roller coaster. Any last questions?
You mentioned that you guys were going to hire an inspector. Can you talk about that inspector and any engineering firm?
No, we have several experts that we've retained that are waiting to come and inspect the ride.
Could you say any of those names that you might be working with at this time?
Not at this time, but they'll become readily available.
And they've been made known to Universal.
And they've been made known to Universal's lawyers.
And are they roller coaster experts?
There are a lot of the experts that have worked in, we think we got the best experts. They worked in tragic situations involving roller coasters, not only here with the Tyree Sampson case when we represented his family in that tragic death, but also in other cases around Colorado. Had recently had a terrible death that just went to trial, so we're using those experts. We wanted to spare no expense at making sure we get the answers. And we're not a multi-billion-dollar corporation. If we can go the extra mile, wouldn't you think if Universal really meant, if they really were about saying safety is always and will be at the forefront of everything we do. If Universal really lived by that motto, couldn't they too go the extra mile for Kevin? Thank you. We'll keep you posted.
I don't know if the family can just do a couple of questions in Spanish.
Well, we gave the statement in Spanish. Maybe we can talk about doing something separately.
Not like this. Thank you.
Thank you all.
I wanted to ask one more question, if you don't mind. We saw over the weekend the long lines at the roller coaster. I mean, 150-minute wait. What would you say about that?
I think that's what it always was on that ride. It's nothing different. And what I want to say, I pray all those people waiting for that ride don't end up like Kevin.
An emotional news conference. Ben Crump and family members of Kevin Rodriguez Zavala speaking to reporters here, reacting to the reopening of Stardust Racers over the weekend with the policy in place that you must be able to walk independently in order to ride that. We heard attorney Ben Crump saying that was really a day late and $1 short, he said, when it came to that policy being implemented, saying that Kevin trusted Universal and that ended up being a death sentence. A quote from him. We also heard emotional words from the parents of Kevin Rodriguez Zavala. But the main takeaway from this news conference was that we heard the discussion about the surprise, it seemed, that Ben Crump said they had no advance notice that this ride was going to reopen, that they were in active conversations and communication with Universal to allow their own inspectors to look at the ride. And so they say they were surprised by this reopening, and also say they found it to be the, quote, ultimate disrespect that it was reopened, and that they found out about that from media reports. They also said they don't believe, or in fact, they said they know that Zavala did not pass out during the ride, and they believe that surveillance cameras would show that. So some of the big takeaways there from this news conference that we just heard from Ben Crump and the family members of Kevin Rodriguez Zavala now that Stardust Racers is back open. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Governor Ron DeSantis was in Orlando earlier today. He was speaking at the annual meeting of the APCIA, that's the American Property Casualty Insurance Association. It's a trade group for home, auto, and business insurers. And he talked about the strength of Florida's economy and some changes that he says have helped when it comes to insurance as well, and looking at insurance regulations. Let's go ahead and let me play for you as we heard from Governor DeSantis just a little bit ago in Orlando.
In Florida, the #1 economy of all 50 states, 3 years in a row by CNBC. When I became governor in 2019, Florida was known as one of the country's worst judicial hellholes. And while I think there's a lot of things that have gone into that #1 economy ranking, in addition to just simply dealing with legal reform, I do think that has been an important component in Florida rising amongst the rest of the state's economies. First of all, when I became governor, I had a Supreme Court that had caused huge problems in this state for decades. You could see, you could try to convince the legislature to enact reforms, and they would do it, but that wouldn't be final because the Supreme Court would likely rewrite it. And so they were functioning more as a political council of revision than they were as a legal body that its job is to simply apply the law as written and Constitution as written. So any of those things were always up for grabs, and I think that was really bad for the economy and for certainty, particularly for investment. So we came in, and there's a 7-member court. I had 4 of them that had been on the wrong side, and I had 3 that had generally been on the right side. And fortunately for me, 3 of the 4 on the wrong side had reached their age limit, and they were off the court the minute I put my hand on the Bible and swore that oath to be governor. So I had 3 vacancies my first day in office, and we filled them over the course of the next week or two early in the term. But that basically, ended the type of activism that had caused a lot of people a lot of concern about Florida. And we've seen that filter down into lower courts. We've been able to fortify our district courts of appeals through appointment, and even trial judges, although they are elected, the vacancies that arise mean that I get to fill those positions, and a lot of times they're able to stay. So Florida's judicial system, in terms of what you get when you go in, is dramatically improved from where it was at the end of 2018. And that's something that's really, really important. I think that's been in a lot of different issues. I don't think it's just the business issues, but I think you can have pretty strong certainty now in Florida. If there's a reform that's passed and signed into law, unless it really is legally defective, that is going to be something that's going to stick. And that wasn't true prior to us doing that. Now, we've dealt with a lot of different issues, but the legal reform in terms of the tort reform, very difficult thing to get done. A lot of people always say you need to do it, but there are a lot of vested interests that don't want you to be able to do it. If you doubt me, just get in your car and drive on the interstate here in Central Florida. I don't think you can go more than 100 feet without seeing a billboard from a plaintiff's lawyer. It's just what it is. And so as the legal profession has transformed from more of a vocation or profession into a business, obviously they're going to see how they can make money off these cases. And so Florida had been one of the worst states in terms of the trial litigation. And look, I'm all about it. I mean, like if somebody is harmed, they should have a right to go in and get a redress of the grievances, including monetary compensation. But I think what we were saying was, someone would have a $50,000 claim, and they'd end up with a judgment where the lawyer got $300,000, and then the person with the claim got $50,000. How is that a system that makes any sense? And obviously, people end up having to pay for that. So we knew there were problems, not just in homeowners insurance market, which was obviously experiencing a lot of problems, but also in things like auto insurance. And there's different models about how you approach it. Some people try to do big government. I know California has tried that. And what happens is these companies leave. If the companies aren't there offering policy, as I don't know how you could possibly make a market work. And so one of the things that we want to do, okay, what are the defects in the market? What have other states done that are better than Florida? What are we doing that may be out of step that's causing problems? But the immediate goal was to shore up the market and then get more companies to be willing to deploy capital here. And that is how you ultimately benefit the consumer. I mean, the reason why a Big Mac doesn't cost $50, because if McDonald's could charge $50 for a Big Mac, they would. The reason why it doesn't is because you have all these other burger joints you would go that would undercut it. So if you have companies in the market competing for businesses, people's business, that's the way that you're able to drive more affordability. And so we looked at what needed to be done. And on property, we had a period in between 2004 and 5 where there were a lot of hurricanes that hit Florida. That obviously caused some turmoil in the insurance market. One of the governors at the time, who actually has run for governor since then a bunch of times, he tried to do like price controls. He tried to do things. Basically, he was like good riddance when companies leave and all this other stuff. And so that didn't work, but it did drive companies out. And so then what happened was we had 10 years with no storms. You had a lot of these smaller companies that were coming in. I don't know how well capitalized they were, but when there's no storms, it's like, okay, you're able to handle that. Then you got into 2017 and kind of that spell of good luck. I mean, we had some smaller, a skirt in 2016 of the East Coast with Matthew, and then we had Hermine, which was relatively modest by Florida standards for sure in 2016. So we did have those two, but really the first major to make landfall on Florida in over a decade was Irma in 2017, and the way that it did a lot of damage kind of just throughout the state. And then Hurricane Michael in 2018. So I became governor in 2019. And it was interesting because, there were definitely signs of stress, but there was also people saying, oh, no, the market's going to be able to hold all this stuff. Well, you had 3 years under Florida law at the time, to bring claims and all this other stuff. So Irma happening in 2017, by the time you get to 2019, that was not closed. I mean, there were still things. People were filing new claims and all this other stuff. There were lawsuits that were being generated. And so you saw particularly some of these smaller companies, they weren't making it. A lot of those companies were having a lot of trouble. And then overall, as that was happening, you started to see the inflation that was wrought by the COVID policies, both the disruption of the supply chain because of government action, as well as the inflation of the currency, the Fed, the spending, the debt, all that stuff. So however much it cost to repair a home in 2018, 4 or 5 years later, that cost had gone up 50%, 70%, sometimes 100%. So that obviously made things very difficult. And then, of course, in Florida, just as we had 10 years where we didn't have any storms, we then had not just Michael and Irma, but we had Hurricane Ian, Idalia, and we had 2 majors last year. And then we had some other smaller hurricanes like Debbie last year. We had Sally in 2020. So this is rising prices overall, a very active storm season. Now, we haven't had a storm make landfall in the whole continental United States. I knock on wood on that because people say, oh, well, it's been quiet. The minute people start saying it's quiet, that's when I remember they were saying that before Irma hit, because we were like mid-September 22, and they were like, there's been nothing. Because, every year they say it's going to be the worst hurricane season ever. Like every year I've been governor, they've said it's going to be worse. We've never seen anything like it. And so nothing had happened. And people were like, see, they were wrong and all this other stuff. And the problem is the hurricane season continues to go through the rest of September and through October. So you did. But nevertheless, we are here now, early October. There doesn't seem to be anything on the immediate horizon. The things that are developing seem like they're probably not going to impact the continental United States. But who knows, right? Hopefully we get a run where we don't have a lot of impacts like we did, 15 years ago. But that's just kind of what we had to do. So we obviously can't control whether we're going to get hit by a hurricane or not. Well, some people think we can, but I mean, I know we can't, because if we did, I would keep them away. So you have that. You also have the overall inflation that was happening, which is state government. I mean, our budget's $17 billion. I mean, that's budget dust in Washington for what they were borrowing and spending and what the Fed does with its balance sheet. So our impact on inflation either way is just simply negligible. So those were, but the one thing that we could affect in a meaningful way with respect to our insurance market was to address the anomaly that while Florida had 8% of all property insurance claims nationwide, it accounted for 78% of all litigation nationwide. And so you cannot have a market that is that costly in terms of legal expenses and not have that impact what individuals are having to pay for those policies. And so we really felt that addressing that anomaly would, one, provide some stability to the market, that it would induce more businesses to want to come and offer people coverage, but then also, of course, if you were able to not have such a stiff amount of legal suits and costs, that ultimately you would be able to see relief for the homeowners who desperately needed it as those rates had gone up. And so we did do the most significant reforms that I think any state has done over this period of time. But we did that kind of at the tail end of 22. We were trying to do this earlier than that. It was hard with the legislature. I had some that wanted to do it. I had others that didn't want to do it. And then I think what happened was when I got reelected, we had such a massive wave. You had a state that had been a 1-point state the entire last decade, and then I won by less than 1 point. Now we win by 1.5 million votes. We win by, 20 points. Like, they literally called the race the second the polls closed in the Panhandle, which for Florida.
Governor Ron DeSantis speaking earlier today in Orlando, talking about insurance to a trade group meeting at its annual meeting in Orlando. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. What a weekend it was in the football world at every level. A lot of exciting games to watch. And so it's time now for our Monday morning quarterback segment with Tim Walters, the sports editor of the Florida Times-Union and Florida Today, where we get 3 standouts from the Florida football weekend that was, plus one thing that has everybody scratching their heads. This was Tim Walters breaking all that down for us. Let's start with your high school football standout. Who you got?
Yeah, this is really good. There were a lot of really good high school performances. This time I went with Daytona Beach. There was a really good game Friday night between Mainland and DeLand. And DeLand actually pulled out the victory over Mainland. It was the first time they've defeated them since 2019. DeLand moving to 6-0, which is impressive. But they have a sophomore again. I feel like every week I'm talking about a freshman or a sophomore to show you how good the young players around the state are. But this is a sophomore named Taj Moore, who had 3 touchdowns rushing, rushed 20 times for 149 yards and 3 scores. He caught 2 balls for 28 yards, and he also recovered a fumble on defense because he's a two-way player, as it seems like everyone is becoming these days who's a star athlete. So a really nice job out of Taj Moore leading DeLand past Daytona Beach Mainland, which is always a state contending team. So to see DeLand do that and continue their undefeated ways, moving to 6-0, really impressive by the sophomore.
And heading into week 7 now, hard to believe. The high school football season just goes by so fast.
Yeah, and if you're looking at FHSAA, then you're also looking at the SSAA, which is a growing conference here in the state of Florida, and they're a week ahead. They're trying to have their playoffs and state championships and all of that done before Thanksgiving. So, the SSAA getting it done. Over on Brevard Space Coast, there's a high school team named Space Coast Junior Senior High. They entered the SSAA last year, and they won the state championship in the SSAA. And this year, there's a team on the Space Coast Satellite High School. They moved into the SSAA this year, and they remain their undefeated ways this past week. They moved to 7-0. Their head coach is Dan Burke, who's in the Hall of Fame. He was the head coach at Palm Bay High School for many years, won 2 state titles there. Well, he got to beat his old team. He led Satellite past Palm Bay High School. So a lot of good things happening over there. And for those who are wondering, what is the SSAA as opposed to the FHSAA? So that's kind of for the smaller schools, the ones who, now with our rules in the state of Florida where players can kind of transfer wherever they want, well, it's kind of consolidated power among certain schools and left other schools behind. Well, some of those schools are now finding a place where they can play more equal talent instead of getting beat 70-0 and things like that. And so I think it's a good thing. You're getting more diversity amongst those schools. So a lot of schools are changing over, like I say, to the SSAA just to make it a little bit more fair competition. And so they're a week ahead. So we're going into week 8 in one league, week 7 in another league. And before you know it, the playoffs are going to be here in just a few weeks.
Yeah, either way, it is flying by, no doubt about that. All right, who is your college football standout? We had some good games over the weekend.
Yeah. I'm going to continue to save some of the guys on Miami because they've still got some big games left. So shout out to Miami for beating Florida State. But this week I have to go over to that Florida Gators game. The Gators seemingly have nothing but ranked opponents coming up except for Kentucky at some point, right? And they were, underdogs at home against Texas. And, great performances by Florida. I will mention a couple before I tell you who I'm ultimately picking as the standout. Jaden Baugh, the running back, 27 rushes, 107 yards and a touchdown. Dallas Wilson, 6 receptions, 111 yards, 2 touchdowns. And DJ Lagway, 298 yards with the touchdowns. But I'm choosing the entire defensive unit for the Gators. I mean, they have been huge all year. They've kept them in the games that they have lost. But they had 6 sacks and 2 interceptions as a unit against Texas. And just to mention how many players stood out. So Brian Taylor Jr. had a sack and a half. Devin Moore had a sack and an interception. Jordan Castell, an interception. Makai Barrow, a sack. George Gums Jr., I love that name, George Gums, he had a sack. Jaden Woods, Jaden Robinson, and Cameron James each had half a sack. And then, of course, you've got the engine that makes everything go. Miles Graham, he didn't notch a sack or an interception, but it seems like he is in there on every single play. You always see that jersey, Graham, somewhere in the middle of something good happening. So to the entire Gators defense that has really been the star for that team this year, they stepped up. The Gators win a huge one. Billy Napier survives for another week. We'll have to see how that continues to go, but congratulations to the Gator, 29-21 at home against Texas.
Yeah, Tim, I was going to say, is anyone happier about that win than Billy Napier?
No, I don't think there would be. I mean, he's got to be ecstatic. You know, he continues to call plays there. He seems very indignant about it. Of course, the team stepped up this week. They've had some lackluster performances. Really, you've got to be the happiest for DJ Lagway, though, because he really has struggled. He had the weight of the world on his shoulders. And if you want to talk about two SEC quarterbacks who have had just almost unfair pressure put on them, you saw both of them displayed this week. And unfortunately, Arch Manning continues to struggle. When you have that Manning name, people expect otherworldly things from you. This is a very young man. Give him a break. He'll continue to develop. He will be just fine. But right now, glad the Gators took care of business.
Yeah, it was a big win over the weekend there. Now give us your pro standout. Who did we see in the NFL?
Yeah, you know, I gave it to the connection of Baker Mayfield and I'm going to butcher his name, Emeka Egbuka. But just the way Baker, first of all, watching him play is just so much fun. It really is like watching Brett Favre back in the day, a guy who's just so good at slinging the ball. He always is looking downfield. And Baker, he was 29 of 33 for 379 yards and 2 touchdowns. One of those touchdown passes came to Egbuka, but he also had an important 2-point conversion catch during that game. And again, the Bucks win their 4th game. They're 4-1. All 4 wins have come inside 2 minutes. 2 of the games on field goals as time expires. So, you know, also putting up with the pressure, Chase McLaughlin, you know, good job to him. But I was watching that game yesterday. It was just so much fun. Just when you thought the Seahawks were about to pull it out, you know, they turn the ball over, the Buccaneers go back down. I mean, it was something to watch. It was like watching 2 heavyweight fighters. One would land the big blow, and then the other would come back and they'd land their big blow. And it went back and forth until that kick split the uprights as time expired. So congratulations to the Buccaneers. Both of those teams are going to be in the playoffs, I would imagine. But Tampa Bay continuing to give their fan base absolute heart attacks. I got to tell you, that game, but like I said, if you were watching it yesterday the way I was just watching it with a big smile. Just what a great game.
Yeah, that one really was a lot of fun. But you're right. I mean, this is a team that we've seen them make a number of comebacks. It's certainly not necessarily the way you want them to win if you're a fan, because it certainly does make you nervous, but shows the fight in the team. I'll tell you what, they don't give up.
No, and you know, the NFL is different than college football. In college, you want your team to win by 40 because it's college football. In the NFL, you win by a point. That's a good day at the office, because there's just so much parity in the NFL now. Even most of the bad teams are pretty good, and everything's always a tight game. So for the Bucs to continue to do that, but Baker Mayfield, I mean, just cold as ice. If there's a better quarterback in the game right now, inside 2 minutes, you know, maybe it was Patrick Mahomes at some point, but right now, I think Baker Mayfield is your premier guy, that if there's 2 minutes left and you're down 3, 6, 7, or 8, that's the guy who you want the football in his hands.
Well, speaking of Pat Mahomes, the Chiefs coming to Jacksonville for Monday Night Football tonight. What do you make of that matchup?
Yeah, you know, being the sports editor at the Florida Times-Union in Jacksonville and having that game tonight, yesterday was one of the rare Sundays where I could actually sit around and watch football as a fan and not as somebody working during the game. So that's why I was watching the Buccaneers. I saw that dumpster fire of the Dolphins and Carolina Panthers. But now tonight, all of our attention gets to look at this Jaguars team, and I am glad that the nation is going to get a look. They have the best defense in the league right now through 4 games, 13 takeaways. That leads the league. The Chiefs, meanwhile, they dropped their first 2 games. They've won their last 2. Last week, Patrick Mahomes throws 4 touchdowns to 4 different people, and, Xavier Worthy came back. That was a big boost. He had about 85 yards receiving. He had like 50 yards rushing. He had a touchdown. One guy really ignites that offense that much, and in a couple of weeks, they get Rashee Rice back. So, the Chiefs are getting better and better, and of course, their defense, I still think that they have one of the better defenses in the league. This one's going to be a lot of fun to watch. All eyes will be on Jacksonville, Everbank Stadium tonight. Like I say, the Jaguars defense, this is not your grandfather's Jaguars defense. This is really a legitimate defense. Jordan Lewis, who came over to the team in free agency this year, he has really been the leader. Devin Lloyd, who I actually mentioned last week as the player that I chose to spotlight because he had 2 interceptions last week, he had a great month. So great that he was last week's NFL Defensive Player of the Week, and then they named him the NFL Defensive Player of the Month for September. So Devin Lloyd getting it done there, the 5th-year player on the Jaguars, playing really well. Now, what do I think will happen tonight? Unfortunately for Jaguars fans, I still think that the Chiefs have their number. Look, the Jaguars haven't beaten the Chiefs in more than a decade. In fact, I believe the last time the Jaguars beat the Chiefs, President Barack Obama had only been in office for 10 months, because you'd have to go back to November of 2009. So it has been a pretty bad streak when the Jaguars play the Chiefs. And, the Jaguars, they lost a playoff game to the Chiefs a couple of years ago. Trevor Lawrence, he's 0-3 against the Chiefs, 0-2 in the regular season, 0-1 in the playoffs. So, you'd love to see the Jaguars. I think they're going to be in it the whole game. But right now, I think you're looking at 2 really good defenses. But I still see the offense for the Chiefs, especially now that they're starting to click, is still a little bit better than the Jaguars. I think Trevor Lawrence, he's getting better, but he's still not doing the things that you expected Trevor Lawrence to do when he came into the league. They've been running the ball really well. Travis Etienne is having a great year so far. So I think this one is going to come right down to it. I think ultimately the Chiefs will win, but hey, if it comes down to a super long field goal that the Jaguars need, Cam Little's the guy to bang through a 65 or 70 yarder, and maybe the Jaguars can pull it out. I think it's going to be that close, but I'll ultimately go with the Chiefs.
Well, Tim, I hope you enjoyed your Sunday afternoon off, because you're going to have a late Monday night.
Yeah, starting early on a Monday, because I still got 2 newspapers with deadlines I got to take care of. Then we're going to be live all night. So at Jacksonville.com, we've got a live blog. We've got 5 guys who are going to be at the stadium. So, consume all of that great coverage and content, because we're going to have takeaways from the game, photo galleries, videos. We'll talk about the defense, the offense. We've got a great columnist in Ryan O'Halloran. So, you don't want to miss any of that great coverage if you're a Jacksonville Jaguars fan, and you're not going to get more complete coverage than we provide, because like I said, we got a whole team of guys there, including 2 photographers, 5 guys on coverage. It's going to be great. Jacksonville.com. All
right, Tim Walters, sports editor of the Florida Times-Union and Florida Today. We appreciate you joining us today.
All right, Garrett, as always, I appreciate it, and I look forward to bringing you guys some more great information and spotlighting. I love talking about the NFL and college, but I love talking about the high school kids, which are the next wave of the future, and we cover them so well here in the state of Florida. So, as always, thank you, Garrett.
And a lot of great talent at that level, too. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Good afternoon to you and welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. It is 1 o'clock. I want to let you know we are standing by awaiting a White House press briefing from Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt any minute now. It's scheduled for 1 o'clock. We are also standing by and waiting to hear from a congressman out of Maryland who is holding a news conference with Bill Nye, the Science Guy. It is Planetary Day of Action, and they are going to be talking about NASA funding and trying to fight against cuts to the NASA budget. So we will get you to that as well, too, once that begins. We're keeping a close eye on that to start here in the next few minutes. We will get you now, though, to Newark Airport, where Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy is talking about the government shutdown and impacts to the nation's transportation system. So let's go ahead and listen in as Secretary Duffy speaks live. Taking some questions at this point, it appears. So let's go ahead and listen in.
So absenteeism as a concern. Again, we've had a few airports and we're tracking it. We don't have one facility that has had long-term issues with the sick leave, but that is concerning to me. And if someone has to take sick leave to drive Uber to make the difference, those are decisions they're going to make themselves. But of course, that's concerning for us. These are high-skilled, high-performing, safety-driven professionals that I don't want them driving Uber. I don't want them finding a second job to pay the bills. I want them to get paid for the work they're doing today, keeping our planes in the air and our skies safe. Yes. What I'm saying is it's up for review, right? And so there's been issues in New York not using it appropriately. Again, looking at the race and the sex of the business as opposed to the size of the business, which is what the law was intended for. And so we're going to do a review because of what's happened in the past in New York. And again, we've been quite clear with New York and with others that that's the review that we're going to undertake. And so it's happening right now. And again, it's going to take us a longer time because we don't have the staff that's been furloughed because of the shutdown to get through that review process. Yes? So that's a great question. The question is, Republicans control the House, Republicans control the Senate, Republicans have the White House. I know you know better than you know my answer is. You know the answer to this. In the House, Republicans passed a bill to fund the government, continue the funding levels, the funding streams that were in existence at the end of September. The problem you have in the Senate is that you have a filibuster rule. It's a 60-vote threshold. So Republicans by themselves cannot pass what the House passed. They actually need Democrats to vote with them to fund the government. And if Democrats say no, again, there's over 50% of senators in the Senate who have voted to fund the government. And by the way, it's been bipartisan. Several Democrats have voted to open up the government and to continue the conversations and negotiations. But when a majority of Democrats in the Senate say no, you can't get to that 60-vote threshold. So when I tell you that Democrats have shut down the government, it's Democrats who have withheld votes to prevent us in the Senate from getting to 60 votes, and therefore the government shuts down. So it's a 60-vote threshold, not a 50-vote threshold in the Senate. And again, if Leader Schumer wants to do a one-off and say, for this vote, you don't need Democrats, we'll just go with a simple majority, that's great. It'll open back up. But he's using his leverage point of the filibuster rule to make sure the government stays shut down, because you can't get to 60 votes without Democrats. That's a problem. I haven't seen the polling to which you refer, but I look at this and go, Republicans, again, have tried to just continue funding at current levels. Republicans have tried that. Democrats have tried to say there's other things that we want in this bill. And again, it does beg the question, why are we so concerned about illegals' health care? Why is that an issue? Again, we should care about Americans. We should care about American citizens, Americans' air travel. That's who we were elected to represent. And so I think the Democrats are misguided in what their priorities are. And they should focus on the American people as opposed to those who've come to the country illegally. Yes. So to take your first question, so in modernization, what we've done is tried to pull as much money forward as possible in all kinds of areas. I'm not trying to maximize pain. I'm trying to minimize pain. I'm trying to pull money forward and use money to make sure that we do all we can to function as well as possible. So we are continuing with the modernization effort. We're selecting an integrator, a project manager, that's going to help us with this. I don't want it, no offense, Frank, but I don't want the FAA to manage this project by themselves. They're not project managers. So we're hopeful that that selection is going to be made by the end of this month. And that work is continuing right now as we go through that selection process. I would just note that we do have $12.5 billion out of $31.5 billion. A key component of that money that I don't have is the money to build the new software. Again, I'm using like a Windows 95 or a Windows XP, if you guys are old enough to know what those systems are like. That's the genre of programming that we're using. I want a brand new system, a brand new software system to manage our skies. I need the Congress to give us that, the rest of the money. I need those resources. And by the way, the new software, it's going to take us a while to have it developed, and then it has to be debugged, and then it has to be deployed. So this is the longest time frame of the issues that I have to deal with, which is why the longer I wait, the longer it takes. And so I do hope, and by the way, this is bipartisan. We're talking about partisan shutdowns right now. Democrats and Republicans agree with this, and I'm hopeful that they will move quickly as we come in after the shutdown, whether at the end of this year or the start of next year, to get us those resources. In regard to compromise, what Republicans have said is keep the current levels. Let's not change it. It's truly a continuing resolution. Just keep the government open and funded, and we have time to continue the conversations. But to be held hostage for health care for illegals, I don't think makes sense. Again, I don't think that's a compromise that Republicans are willing to make. President Trump has talked about America First, and America First means let's work on housing and health care and food and air traffic and air travel for American citizens. But to stand up and say we're going to fund something for those who are not here lawfully, I think is a problem for Republicans and the president. Yes?
Sean Duffy continuing to answer some questions at Newark Airport in New Jersey as he's talking about the impacts of the government shutdown on transportation and the U.S. transportation systems, specifically talking about air traffic control. Some other things, was also talking about funding, the need to upgrade some systems, talking about a number of topics really there. We are standing by as well for the White House press briefing and that news conference I was telling you about where some lawmakers and others are trying to save NASA funding on this planetary day of action. So we are still standing by for those. So we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. A rainy day across much of our region here, and we hope you stay safe out there today. We are seeing some flooding, a flash flood warning in Brevard County until 3 o'clock p.m. Let me give you a live look right now at one of our cameras in Brevard County. This one's in Titusville. If you can give me a second, this is the camera we use to show you the Kennedy Space Center and Cape Canaveral. The camera's in Titusville, and you can see the rain really coming down hard there. So again, a flash flood warning in Brevard County until 3 o'clock. So certainly something to be aware of. If you come across high water in your car, turn around, don't drown. You don't want to drive through that. There are a lot of hidden dangers. It can be under the high water. So certainly something to be aware of. Looks like there may have been a lightning flash there as well. So just be safe. We are continuing to deal with these showers and storms throughout the region here this afternoon. We are also waiting on a news conference coming up at around 1:30, where we expect an update from the state attorney's office in Volusia County. One of the cases that we expect an update on during that news conference is about the suspect who is accused of shooting and killing an off-duty Edgewater police officer. That happened at a gas station. This was a gas station employee accused of killing that off-duty officer in cold blood. And so we expect an update from the prosecutor coming up in just a little bit, and we will get you there when that begins. Well, we are continuing to track as well the impacts of the government shutdown. We heard just a few minutes ago from Secretary Sean Duffy, the Transportation Secretary, who was speaking at Newark Liberty International Airport in Newark, New Jersey, where he was talking about the impacts on travel. We've looked at this from a lot of different angles here. Let me give you a live look at the U.S. Capitol as well, where pretty sunny in our nation's capital, the District of Columbia today. But we've looked at this from a lot of different angles, and we heard earlier today from Florida Democrats holding a virtual news conference talking about some of their concerns about the ongoing federal government shutdown, saying they believe up to 10% of Floridians could lose their health insurance, talking about the layoffs of employees in the defense and aerospace industries, and also highlighting that service members and civilian employees are working without pay right now. So this was FDP Chair Nikki Fried and a couple of others speaking at a virtual news conference earlier today about the government shutdown.
Trump and Republicans refuse to make health care affordable. So instead, what are they doing? They're shutting down our government instead. For months, Trump and Republicans have refused to negotiate with Democrats to prevent health care costs from skyrocketing. They failed to extend the ACA Obamacare tax credits in their budget bill and instead cut Medicaid by $1 trillion, putting millions of Americans at risk of going without care and threatening the existence of our rural hospitals. The health and future of Florida depends on preserving the Affordable Care Act subsidies and expanding Medicaid. Currently here in the state of Florida, more than 4.7 million Floridians are enrolled in the ACA for healthcare coverage, and over 4.3 million receive Medicaid benefits. This is what Democrats are fighting for. We are fighting for your families. We are working to protect healthcare for the 2 out of 5 Floridians who rely on the ACA credits or Medicaid to keep themselves and their families safe. We are already seeing the impacts of the shutdown in Jefferson County, where first responders are sounding the alarms that uninsured patients will begin to use emergency rooms more frequently, straining local resources because they can't see a primary care doctor. The American Cancer Society has noted that the Affordable Care Act subsidies 43% of cancer patients will not be able to afford their coverage. That's your dad, that's my dad, that's our parents, that's our family members. The tax credits haven't even expired yet, and we are already seeing 700,000 kids in the Sunshine State lose their health care coverage because of cuts to Medicaid. If the ACA tax credits are not extended, Some Floridians will see their annual premiums balloon, some by over 150%. It is anticipated that up to 2.2 Floridians will lose their coverage altogether. And Florida's uninsured rate will hit nearly 10%, which means higher prices, strained services, and longer wait times for all of us. Republicans shut down government because they refuse to make health care more affordable. According to polls, most Americans, including...
Let's go ahead and listen in now as Caroline Leavitt walks to the podium, and it looks like that press briefing getting underway. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Tomorrow for a working meeting here at the White House. On Thursday, the president will host his 8th cabinet meeting alongside his incredible team. Also on Thursday afternoon, President Trump will host the president of Finland, Alexander Stubb, for a working meeting here at the White House. The president also wanted me to relay his congratulations to Japan for electing their next prime minister, a highly respected person who also happens to be the first female to hold the position for our great ally. While President Trump continues to negotiate peace deals, meets with world leaders, and celebrates the 250th birthday of our United States Navy, as you saw he and the First Lady do just yesterday, Democrats, unfortunately, are continuing to play political games. And we are now in day 6 of the Democrat federal government shutdown. Millions of American federal workers are under enormous financial stress as a result, wondering how they will pay their bills and take care of their families. If the Democrats do not vote to open the government tonight, federal workers will not receive their next full paycheck. Additionally, the special supplemental nutrition program for women, infants, and children will run out of federal money very soon. This program provides vouchers to buy infant formula, fresh fruits and vegetables, and other healthy foods can be easily fully funded if Democrats simply vote tonight to reopen the government. Also, our incredible military service members who risk their lives to preserve and defend our country are now working without pay and will miss their next paychecks if this Democrat shutdown does not end tonight. The Republican-backed clean and nonpartisan funding bill fully funds this important food aid program, gets our troops paid, and reopens the government. So all of this begs the question, what is the Democrat ongoing shutdown truly about? The sad truth, we believe, is that the Democrats intentionally shut down the government and are inflicting this pain on American citizens to try and demand free health care for illegal aliens. Of course, this is an indefensible and truly radical policy to be in favor of, let alone to use as the primary reason to shut down the United States government. So the Democrats and their allies are desperately lying about their true motivations. We have to set the record straight with the facts so the American people understand what's really at play here. House Republicans passed a clean and nonpartisan funding bill to keep the government open and ensure our troops and other hardworking Americans are paid. Every single House Democrat except one voted against this clean and nonpartisan funding bill. Senate Republicans have subsequently tried to pass this same clean funding bill 4 separate times, and they will do so again tonight. To fully pass it to be sent to the president's desk for signature, and the president is ready to sign this bill to reopen the government as soon as it is sent to his desk. Yet every single Senate Democrat except 3 have voted against this clean and nonpartisan funding bill. The Democrats' current position is that the only way the American government can reopen is if illegal aliens can get free health care. Don't take my word for it, just look at what's inside of the Democrats' proposal to reopen the government. Their funding proposal would result in nearly $200 billion spent on health care for illegal aliens and other non-citizens over the next decade. To put this in perspective, $200 billion is enough money to fund the entire children's health insurance program, which provides health insurance to low-income children and women. Under the Democrats' proposal, the millions of illegal aliens who improperly were granted asylum and paroled under the Biden administration would once again be allowed to receive Medicaid benefits. It does not end there. The Democrat proposal would also require Medicaid to pay more for emergency care provided to illegal aliens than it does for American patients who are disabled, elderly, or children. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. The Democrat Party has unfortunately closed our government, costing Americans their jobs, threatening our military readiness, harming our economy, and causing chaos, all to help the illegals who broke into our country. Instead of holding illegal aliens accountable and removing them from our country, which is what this administration is trying to do every day, the Democrats want to give them the free benefits paid for by the American taxpayer. Democrats in 2025 are for illegal aliens first and Americans last. This is the reality we are unfortunately facing right now in Washington, D.C. President Trump and Republicans will not give in to these radical demands. The president and Republicans have a sacred responsibility to serve and protect the interests of their constituents, the American people. That's why we are backing a clean and nonpartisan funding bill with no strings attached to reopen the government. Democrats should do what they did 13 separate times under Joe Biden and vote for this exact same type of funding bill. Now the Senate will vote tonight for the 5th time to reopen the government on the 6th day of this shutdown. All we need are an additional 5 Democrat senators to end this madness and vote for the clean funding bill to reopen the government. If you are an American watching at home right now, call your Democrat senators and tell them to do the right thing and end this shutdown. With that, I will take your questions. Here in our new media seat today, we have Elizabeth Mitchell from the Daily Signal. Elizabeth, thanks for being here, and please kick us off.
Thank you for having me. I have 2 questions. First, President Trump told reporters yesterday that firings of federal employees are taking place right now. In which departments have people already been fired from their federal jobs due to the shutdown?
The president was referring to the hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have been furloughed as a result of this federal government shutdown, both here at the White House and across the entire federal government. At agencies across the board, there are federal workers who are staying home. Many of them work in the White House. You know them. Some of them sit just behind me at those desks. They are unable to show up to work right now because the Democrats chose to shut the government down. And so we're already, unfortunately, seeing the consequence of this. And then, of course, the Office of Management and Budget is continuing to work with agencies on who, unfortunately, is going to have to be laid off if this shutdown continues.
And Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said the FDA was required by federal law to approve the new abortion pill last week. Is the administration considering steps to undo this in light of requests from pro-life Congress members and organizations?
I think Secretary Kennedy and the Department of Health and Human Services, as I addressed in the briefing last week, were following the law, and we will continue to do so. As I said last week as well, it's not an endorsement of this drug by any means. It's just a law that they were following. Jennifer.
We heard you say that you want people to call their Democratic senators. Is the president calling Democratic senators himself? Can you say what he's doing today to resolve the shutdown?
Yep, I was just in the Oval Office. He was on the phone with Speaker Johnson. He's also spoken with the Senate Majority Leader, who are in touch with, of course, moderate Democrats and Democrats across the board, who we understand hopefully want to do the right thing by their constituents to reopen the government. So the president is being kept very well apprised of the ongoing shutdown on Capitol Hill. And of course, his position is very clear. There's nothing to negotiate, just reopen the government, and then we can talk about all the important issues facing our country.
So
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt answering some questions right now as this news press briefing continues at the White House. Meanwhile, we are getting ready for this update from the state attorney's office in Volusia County, where we're going to hear an update on the Edgewater officer who was killed and the man now facing charges in connection with that. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox Local, but we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We are nearing the bottom of the hour here and getting ready for this update from the state attorney where we expect to hear some new details about the case against the suspect accused of killing an off-duty Edgewater police officer at a gas station in Ormond by the Sea. Meanwhile, the White House press secretary is speaking right now, answering reporter questions in the White House. So we are going to go ahead. Actually, you know what? I see R.J. Larissa, who is the state attorney. He is already there. So we will give this 1 minute here just to see if he is getting ready to begin this news conference. It was scheduled for 1:30, so any minute now. One of the first things he's going to talk about is Eduardo Machado, who is the 24-year-old man accused of shooting and killing David Jewell, the off-duty police officer who was at a gas station when he was killed in what investigators have previously called an ambush. So we expect to hear updates on this, and it appears he is walking to the podium now. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Yeah. Okay. I think we have everybody. I wanted to wait until 1:30 just to make sure get everybody here. Everybody good and ready to go? Okay, well, I want to thank all of you for being here today. I want to tell you it's been a busy day for the Volusia County Grand Jury. In fact, October is when we start picking the new grand juries throughout the circuit. And so this will probably be the last time that they met. But they considered 3 cases today and came back with 3 indictments. The first indictment I didn't plan to talk about too much. It's the defendant's name is Whitaker, and it was the most recent homicide we had. It was in Deltona. And Whitaker, the defendant, was indicted for first-degree murder. The 2 cases that I really wanted to discuss with you here today, the first one is Stevens Charles. This is the case where Charles, and he had 2 individuals in his car with him, was doing car breaks or car burglaries in St. Johns County. And then they wound up in Flagler, but through great police work with the sheriff's office, they were able to identify the vehicle. And the vehicle was actually found at a CVS parking lot in Palm Coast, on Palm Coast Parkway. Ultimately, law enforcement arrived. They ordered him to get out of the vehicle, but the defendant chose to flee from the parking lot. And then it was over around a 22-mile chase, starting from there, wound up at destination Daytona. There were speeds in excess of 110 miles an hour, and I think that the average speed was around 97 miles per hour, about 13 minutes to get from point A to point B. During the course of the chase, or the pursuit, the defendant, Charles, actually crashed into one of the law enforcement vehicles, Flagler County Sheriff's Office vehicles, and continued on. And then at destination Daytona, US 1 and 95, just inside the Volusia County line, the defendant chose to try and continue his reckless behavior and went the wrong way up the northbound exit ramp for I-95. And unfortunately, he wound up striking head-on a Volkswagen Beetle, and the occupant, the driver of that vehicle, actually Miss Wagner, Julia Wagner, succumbed to her injuries. She died as a result of that collision, and the defendant just additionally exited the vehicle and ran into a wooded area where he was apprehended by law enforcement. I wanted to talk about this a little bit because the defendant, we indicted him today on first-degree felony murder for one. We charged him by the underlying felonies: resisting officer with violence or aggravated flee and elude. Because of the nature of his driving, now both of those are included under the enumerated charges that allow us to upgrade a charge to first-degree murder. And we believe that that was appropriate in this case, and I'll tell you a little bit why as we move forward. We also charge him with vehicular homicide, flee or attempting to elude with sirens and lights activated, with high-speed reckless driving causing serious injury or death, aggravated fleeing or attempting to elude with serious injury or death, and leaving the scene of a crash with death. There'll be related charges in St. Johns County, probably based on the burglaries. The defendant has a lengthy criminal record in Florida and several other states. I think it's noteworthy he's previously convicted of fleeing and eluding in Miami-Dade County in 2011, has a lengthy traffic record of criminal and civil infractions, reckless driving, unlawful speed, no license plate, no driver's license. He's also had several arrests related to stealing, burglary, grand theft, but no recent convictions. Our victim in this case, Julia Wagner, was 71 years old. Miss Wagner was coming home from Advent Health. She was retired, but she was a volunteer at Advent Health, and she was coming home from her shift and then imagine this, coming off of the interstate, you're getting ready to go home, and all of a sudden here comes this Chevy Suburban coming up the wrong way on that exit ramp, and she just didn't have a chance. God bless her. The defendant drove that car, smacked her right in the front end. It's horrific to see the photographs of what the Suburban did to that little Volkswagen Beetle. She succumbed to her injuries, as I said. She'd been married to her husband for 35 years. Just a wonderful woman who wanted to stay involved with her community. And on the other end of this, you have a defendant, a multiple convicted felon, including flee and eludes in the past, who put countless lives at risk operating the motor vehicle and not obeying law enforcement commands. And I want to say this again. If he would have stopped and just stopped and surrendered to law enforcement, that's all he had to do. He wouldn't be facing first-degree felony murder charges now and looking at life in prison. And I can't stress enough how important it is. Folks need to comply with law enforcement. Now, this guy, he was running. He didn't want to get caught. But look at the situation he's in now. So I thought it was important to bring this case to the community's attention today. But it doesn't end there. The other case, and this is a bizarre and disturbing case that happened earlier in September. The defendant is Eduardo Labrada Machado. And a lot of you are probably familiar with that case. Machado was a clerk at the Circle K in Ormond by the Sea. And our victim in this case was an Edgewater police officer who was off duty at the time. He walked into the Circle K, he was buying Polar Pops for his father-in-law he had just picked up from the hospital. I mean, this is a Circle K. How many times have any of us walked into a Circle K, a Wawa, or just some kind of convenience store? And here's our victim. He's standing there, just waiting to pay. And all of a sudden, the defendant who left when our victim walked in goes outside. All this is on video, by the way. Gets a gun, comes back in, and commences the shooting, ambushing our victim. And I tell you, I've been in this business since 1980, and I tell you, I've seen things that curl my hair, and then I say, well, there's nothing. I don't know if there's anything that can top that. But unfortunately, it seems to happen again, and this is one of those cases. I know that there were at least 24 shell casings that were picked up from that floor where our victim lay. And I think the medical examiner opined that there was at least 20 gunshot wounds, but he couldn't tell for sure because there were so many gunshot wounds, and the body absorbing that type of firepower is just very difficult to give an exact number, but 24 shell casings kind of says it all. He was indicted today for first-degree murder. Don't really have much of a prior history. He's a legal resident of the United States. He's been here for about 10 years on the green card. My information is that he was from Cuba. Our victim, as you well know, was a Edgewater police officer. He worked as a dispatcher for almost 20 years before that. He worked for the Volusia Sheriff's Office in 2021. He left in 2021 to pursue his lifelong dream. And I tell you, I met with his widow. I met with Miss Jewell the other day, and what a heartbreaking meeting that was, to have to talk with her and prepare her for what she's going to have to go through in her family. And I mention that because, you know, there's a lot of emphasis on the defendants' rights, and they're going to get a fair trial. But what about the families that have to go through this process? I tell you, folks, it is a grueling process, and I meet with these folks, the families, to help prepare them for it, because it is something, you cannot imagine the anxiety, the frustration, the grief, the anger, all those emotions that flow from that. Mr. Jewell, David Jewell, Officer Jewell, was a 45-year-old Ormond by the Sea resident. He has a 17-year-old son he leaves behind, a brother, and a wife. He was credit to his agency. And I want to thank the Volusia County Sheriff's Office. I know we have Sheriff Chitwood here and Chief Deputy Brian Henderson for how quickly, how well and how quickly they were able to get this case resolved and get the defendant in custody. I can tell you that, you know, I say bizarre because we're really not, it's unclear what, if any, motive there actually was for this particular killing. But it's very clear that it was premeditated, and it's very clear that the way it's very clear that this case deserves the ultimate punishment. So what I also would like to announce here today to all of you is that I have signed and will be filing a notice of intent to seek the death penalty in this particular case. And we are alleging that it was heinous, atrocious, and cruel, and cold, calculated, and premeditated. The defendant purchased the gun from Buck's gun rack several days before. He picked it up that day at 2 p.m., the day of the murder, the day of the shooting, the day of the killing. And 2 hours and 6 minutes later, he emptied the contents of the ammunition in that weapon, that 10mm Glock, I believe it was, into the body of our victim. So we will be seeking the death penalty in this case. The intent will be filed today. The notice of intent, if any of you would like a copy of it. Again, I want to thank Sheriff Chitwood and Chief Deputy Henderson if they have anything that they'd like to say or add. No? Yes, sir. And I'd like to open it up for any questions you might have.
There was talk about Labrada being mentally ill or some schizophrenic or on medicine. And I mean, have you been able to find out any more information about that?
No.
Any indication he was seeing a doctor or taking any medication?
We have no evidence of that at this point. I'm sure if it exists, it will come out, and then we'll react to it appropriately. But at this point in time, no.
Any information at this point about what the timeline of these cases, especially the Machado case, will be when the prosecution, the whole process will begin?
Death penalty cases take longer. You know, it's not unusual for a death penalty case to linger for 4 to 6, even maybe 7 years sometimes. But of course, that's better than if you have to try it over and over and over again. Look, we just remember the Victorino and Hunter cases we just resolved again. And how long ago did that happen? Well, it was in the 90s, I believe, maybe the early 90s. So we'll take our time with this, but I would say 4 to 6 years is not, it's a reasonable estimate depending on what the facts and circumstances that come in the case. Any other questions? thank y'all so much for coming today. I appreciate you braving the weather and being here. Drive safe. Take care.
7th Circuit State Attorney R.J. Larissa giving an update today, the big takeaway. He did talk about 2 cases, one of them a high-speed chase that ended in a deadly crash. We learned today that suspect indicted on first-degree murder. But the big update was that 24-year-old Eduardo Machado, the man accused of killing off-duty Edgewater police officer David Jewell, he has also been indicted on a first-degree murder charge, and the prosecutor going to seek the death penalty against that suspect. He was indicted today for first-degree murder. They said the motive really now still unclear. They don't know what led to this, but they once again called it an ambush and a premeditated killing. Again, the state attorney saying he does plan to seek the death penalty because this is a crime that he believes deserves the ultimate punishment. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. This is Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood, who, while we were in break, walked up to the podium. Has been asked a couple of questions to weigh in on this after the indictment of the suspect accused of killing the Edgewater police officer. So let's go ahead and listen in as he answers a couple of questions here.
You know, everything that the state attorney said, we completely agree. We don't understand it. I mean, we don't understand it. But again, he purchases the gun on September 5th, I think it was the 5th, from Buck's Gun Rack, and doesn't pick the gun up again till the morning of that killing when he talks about not having a good day. And then 2 hours and 6 minutes later, everybody saw and knows what happened.
Do you feel he was targeted, or it could have been anybody that was standing there?
Do
we know? Have any idea on that?
I think he knew who he was, and I think he knew who he was. It wasn't random. Why he did it is the question. I don't think we know who, what, where, when, and how. We don't know why. We may never know why.
There was talk that he and the officer had some kind of argument at some point in the past.
I will say this while we're on camera with everybody else. I don't answer questions from your rag. Okay? Anybody else?
I just have another question, but it was for the school.
Go ahead.
So
So I wonder if you have seen any common pattern or objective for kids to be doing these threats online. We have seen like a number of cases repeatedly for the last 2 weeks, so I wonder what have you seen on that?
Well, it's a nationwide trend. It's not just something, I speak to other sheriffs and police chiefs around the country. I just was on a radio talk show with a city up north that are suffering the same thing. And I don't know, maybe it's the access to social media, that everybody has it. They get it in their hands when they're 2 or 3 years old. They just think, because they're so distant from reality, that it's okay, I'm not hurting anybody if I send this. It's kind of like a game to them. I think that's what you see over and over. But it's different here. People may agree or disagree, but I know the PTA groups love what we're doing. I know the school administration loves what we're doing, and we're going to continue doing it. They're going to get held accountable, okay? And that's what we do in the front end. And the state attorney's office does a great job of making sure that they follow through what needs to be done. And at the end, then they don't have a felony conviction. But you got to give them a swift kick in the ass, and they got to understand that threatening to shoot up a school, threatening to blow up a school, threatening to kill the principal, or coming to school with a kill list, no matter how old you are, is going to get you in a world of trouble. So parents need to be parents. Okay? Stay dry.
Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood at the end there talking about the arrest of an 11-year-old who was just arrested and accused of making a threat against his middle school. We talked about that earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus. He was 11 years old. Deputies had been alerted by the FBI about a comment that he had made in a post on TikTok, and this is just the latest in several teenagers and young kids who have been arrested for making threats in Volusia County. We know the sheriff there has come out strongly against it. You heard his strong words there, and they've posted videos of the perp walks of these young suspects as well. So that word from the sheriff wrapping up that news conference in Volusia County, where the big update today, the indictment of Eduardo Machado for first-degree murder charge and the intent of the prosecutor to seek the death penalty against that man accused of killing that off-duty police officer. So we will have more coverage on that coming up in just a little bit. Well, today was a ribbon-cutting ceremony with Habitat for Humanity, Rosen Hotels and Resorts on what is known as World Habitat Day, a day where we look at Habitat for Humanity. There's a new home in the Paramore community that's going to be sold to that's going to be provided for a local family. And this is just the latest in the good work that Habitat for Humanity does for the community. Habitat Orlando and Osceola has built more than, let me get this number, 70 homes in Paramore. We heard from Orlando Mayor Buddy Dyer and some other officials speaking at that special ceremony earlier today on this World Habitat Day.
Great day in the city, beautiful, and I'm proud to be here along with Commissioner Rose. The city continues to work to ensure that every person, regardless of economic status, has access to safe, high-quality housing. And housing's about choice. Everybody deserves the ability to choose the housing that fits their lifestyle, whether it's a studio near work or a townhouse or single-family home like this one or over on Anderson. We're grateful to Habitat for Humanity. Greater Orlando and Osceola County, that is a long name, okay, if we just do Habitat. As they continue to build homes, and as Pete mentioned, 10 homes completed right here in downtown in the Paramore area, and we are proud to be a partner on those homes. The city's providing a little over $300,000 to 8 of the 10 homeowners in down payment assistance, and we're also proud to fund Habitat through our community investment program that seeks to meet the needs of our community. We want to thank Rosen Hotels and Resorts for their longtime support of the Paramore community. It's not just the housing portion, but the education portion as well, making sure that kids that go to the ACE school can eventually go to college right at the UCF campus, right next door, or wherever else they may be wanting to go, Valencia College included. And of course, we want to commend our City of Orlando staff, our Housing and Community Development Department and Office of Community Affairs, all the city staff. Wave your hands. Let's give them some nice applause. And just for those that didn't know it, today is World Habitat Day, which is why we are hosting this today, a day to recognize our shared responsibility for creating a better future. Let's keep working together to make housing available for everybody. Commissioner Rose.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Grateful to be here today. So for those that don't know, in the city of Orlando, when we did the Project DTO plan back in 2014, bringing back home ownership to Paramore was really important and was critical. So I am proud to say I was one of the first. Through the lottery system and great partnerships, I was able to move here in the Paramore community. So being able to work alongside with Habitat and other partners, public-private partnerships are important as we work on bringing back homeownership and increasing homeownership here in the Paramore community. So what better way to celebrate World Habitat Day than to cut the ribbon on one of the many homes that Habitat is building it here in the Paramore community. Those who are not, follow, I'm gonna say this because the news is here, follow Habitat's page to stay engaged and involved and understand and keep in the process of how to purchase a home and the home ownership process. Thank you for being great partners, Habitat. Look forward to the next 10 that are on the way that we were able to incentivize. And I am going to turn it over to Frank Rosen. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for braving the sprinkles out there. As Commissioner Rose said, I'm Catherine Steck McManus, and just want to say thank you to all of our esteemed guests here today on World Habitat Day. At Habitat Orlando and Osceola, we know that housing is indeed the cornerstone of community progress, and we're thrilled to celebrate the impact that we've made in Paramore over the past year. This progress would not be possible without the support of community partners such as Rosen Hotels and Resorts and, of course, the City of Orlando. Since our founding almost 40 years ago, Habitat Orlando and Osceola have built more than 70 homes in Paramore. As Pete said, just 10 this year. In fact, we've got the lots right next to us under contract, so hopefully next year you'll come back and we'll be able to say we've added 2 more. Rosen Hotels and Resorts is a longtime supporter of Habitat Orlando and Osceola, and of course, as Mayor Dyer said, the Paramore neighborhood. And through their generous philanthropy, their home sponsorships, participation in events such as Women Build, and the countless number of hours that the Rosen Hotels and Resorts team has spent on our job sites and volunteering to help Habitat Orlando and Osceola make the impact in the community that we do. And in Paramore specifically, late founder Harris Rosen led philanthropic initiatives to provide hope through education to this neighborhood. And carrying on that legacy is Frank Santos, Rosen Hotel and Resorts President and CEO. Our commitment to affordable housing and to strengthening families in Central Florida, especially here in Paramore community, has created lasting impact, and we are deeply grateful for your continued partnership. Now it is my pleasure and honor to introduce to you Frank Santos. Frank.
Thank you and good morning. I am truly honored to be here on behalf of our 4,000 Rosen Hotels and Resorts associates to help celebrate World Habitat Day and the incredible work being done here in Paramore. Our longstanding commitment to Habitat for Humanity, the Paramore community, and its youth makes this moment especially meaningful. As many of you know, in 2017 we opened the Rosen Preschool in Paramore and expanded our commitment to students by providing full scholarships to college or vocational school to qualified students at Jones High School. We couldn't do this without our city partners. I truly want to thank PKZ, Boys and Girls Club, Blossom Family Health, and Orange County Public Schools, and the City of Orlando. It started with my friend and late founder, Mr. Harris Rosen, who lived by the motto, "Do the right thing." This wasn't just his philosophy, it has become one of our company's guiding principles. Habitat for Humanity's work in the Paramore community only strengthens and amplifies our shared mission. Through our partnership, we have been able to support the construction of 92 homes in the Orlando area since 2013. and we can't wait to see the program's growth in Osceola as well. Thank you for allowing us to be part of this incredible mission. Together, we look forward to building our community, hometown, one student, one family, and one home at a time. Thank you.
That ribbon cutting earlier today. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be back.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you and welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. It's been a busy day, a lot of live events. We're going to recap some of those and also bring you some new information coming up in this show. But we want to begin by looking at the weather because it has been a rainy weekend and a rainy afternoon, rainy morning, rainy day out there. This is a live look from our tower camera above the Fox 35 studios in Lake Mary, looking at I-4 there, and it is the same scene that we have seen throughout much of the day, often on showers and storms in our area. Also give you a live look in Brevard County at our Launch Credit Union camera, where it's been hard to see at times beyond just not too far in front of the lens of this camera. And we know folks in Brevard County also bracing for the potential for some potential flash flooding as well. I want to bring in a Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist, TJ Springer, who joins me live now. And TJ, just a lot of rain out there.
There's so much rain, Garrett. Yeah, it's funny. You don't often see the Storm Prediction Center putting out precipitation discussions, they call it, and they actually kind of outlooked our area just because of the nature of these bands of rain, these downpours just moving off the coast and moving inland from the coast, I should say, and drifting across the state. Just the same hard-hit areas getting hit again and again and again, and it's just stacking up really quickly.
I want to have you pull up the radar here and just kind of take us through what we are seeing out there right now, because this is a lot more widespread than we're kind of used to seeing.
Yeah, for sure. It wasn't as widespread over the weekend, but today we have a little more upstairs energy. We have this stall frontal boundary. We still have this dominant onshore wind that's been a result of this area of high pressure off to our north and east, and that onshore wind is just pulled all of this deep tropical moisture ashore, and we have the lift as a result of some of these other factors in the atmosphere. And you can see a lot of rain right now, the reds, the yellows across Brevard County, up into eastern Orange, and some of Volusia and Seminole. And we're even seeing some of this up across the Marion County now, but for sure the hardest hit areas where we're seeing that little blinking green polygon there, Garrett, that's that flash flood warning, and that's where we've seen some rainfall amounts that have exceeded, I would say, nearly 4 to 6 inches, if not a little bit higher than that, at least radar estimated. So in about 6 hours, that can definitely do a lot of damage in terms of just getting around and traveling on your normal day-to-day routines.
So why are we seeing all of this? Why has this weekend and now the beginning of the week here been so wet? And I hear the rain continuing to fall here. Why are we seeing so much of that right now?
So I would say that because of what was left over from Imelda, that was kind of the start of it all. We had that front that was parked to our south that was kind of left behind from Hurricane Imelda. So that was kind of one piece, and then we had this dip in the jet stream and this area of low pressure upstairs in the atmosphere. That, as well as that strong, persistent onshore wind, has kind of been a driving force as well. Usually we'll have that onshore flow at times, but it won't be for, I would say, 4 or 5 days in a row. And I feel like we've just had this similar setup each and every day where we'll even have rain around in the morning. Usually that's not typical for the rainy season. We'll start off kind of dry and sunny, and then with the sea breeze, we'll see these storms move inland in downpours. But we've had showers around in the mornings, and it's just because of how much moisture we have in the air and this strong wind. And you can still see, thankfully, the rain has tapered a little bit in the heart of Brevard County, where we are seeing this warning, and that's in play through 3 o'clock. So if you do encounter any flooded roadways out there, we always say turn around, don't drown, try to find a new route to your destination, but certainly not the best kickoff to the work week. And I feel like when it's gloomy on a Monday, sometimes it just sets the tone for, not the best feels when you're getting out there and trying to do your normal day-to-day things.
Mondays are hard enough as they are without the rain, but here we are. You mentioned Imelda, and we talked about the impacts from that.
Sure.
But there are now, we're now watching some other things in the tropics. I'd like for you to kind of walk us through what we're seeing.
Sure. So we have this this new wave that's been developing, and it's kind of organized little by little, day by day off the coast of Africa. Now it's in the central Atlantic. So that's going to be a big headline for sure as we progress through, I think, the remainder of the week. And it looks like it is going to have that chance to become, I would say, a fairly good chance, at least right now, of becoming our next name storm, and that name is Jerry.
Okay, and that is something that we could see here. Let's see. I think you've got the graphic for that we can pull up here.
Yeah.
What's potential timing for something like that?
So right now it's looking like we could probably have a tropical depression as early as the next 48 hours or so, possibly through the first half of this week, seeing this invest organize more. And then I would say potentially Jerry as we head through the remainder of the week into this weekend. It does look like we have a little wind shear, Garrett. Now, the saving grace with this, even if it does become Jerry, right now, kind of like what we've seen with all of our storms this year, we've seen this strong curve out into the North Atlantic with the help of that ridge and a dip in the jet stream situated over the east. And now the way things are looking, it's seeming that we're going to have this storm system that's going to be kind of hugging the mid-Atlantic coast as we head through this upcoming weekend. So that corresponding dip in the jet stream should allow Jerry, that would likely form, to go out to sea and really not impact the U.S. at all. But it does look like Bermuda and even the Eastern Caribbean would still need to be on guard for potential Jerry here. And I would say right now, it's not impossible that we could get a stronger system out of this, but right now I think a lot of the data is suggesting maybe a low-end hurricane, Jerry, maybe Cat 1 or Cat 2. And this is still kind of early on. We're getting more model data, day by day, but it looks like, I would say, more of the data is trending toward a weaker system than not, but we've already seen hurricanes this year become Category 5, so it's not certainly impossible that if this were to reach some of that, warmer water, that it could become something a little stronger. So we'll be certainly watching trends, but I would say for now, thankfully, once again, maybe aside from some higher surf at the beaches, this doesn't look like it's going to be another impact for the U.S.
All right, and still, month and a half left in hurricane season, kind of that busy time. So
Yeah.
We know that there could still be some impacts after that.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, I would say the good news is, at least when you see storms forming out in this part of the Atlantic, closer to Africa, I feel like this time of the year, because we start to get these cold fronts coming across the nation, even cold fronts getting into Florida, the likelihood of one of these kind of sneaking through toward the East Coast seems to get lower and lower, and then we're kind of monitoring the Gulf and the Caribbean if something could spin up down there, like we've seen obviously in years past and last year with Milton.
Last year. Yeah.
So we can only hope that we can keep these storms away from Florida and away from the U.S. as a whole, and continue to get closer and closer to the end of hurricane season.
Yeah, every day.
Every day
is one day closer. But okay, before I let you go here, just kind of take us through the next few hours. We know it is still continuing to rain. Are we going to continue? I know you talked about some of the showers kind of tapering off throughout the evening, but could we still continue to see some flooding threats in some areas?
I actually go back. I kind of had an hourly rain chance graphic. I can pull that back up. It's looking like we're still going through, I would say, through the evening drive into even early this evening. We'll continue to see that potential. But I would say that as we head through the later evening, we lose any instability. I feel like even though it hasn't been super warm today, we always get that boost in daytime driven instability, and when you have the lift generated by a front or something upper level atmosphere driven, we kind of get that more widespread rain like we're seeing now. But we'll likely see a lot of this start to taper off little by little, kind of like what we saw this weekend. We did have those nasty downpours, then by sundown we started to see everything kind of just temper down, and I would say that looks to be the case again today. And then little by little, we start to get into some drier air, it looks like, as we head toward midweek. So I'd say some brighter news there. But then this next cold front that looks to move our way later in the week, that looks to probably boost our rain chance once again as we head closer to Thursday, Friday. But I would say out of all the systems this year, to get a little break from the humidity, it's looking like this could be the one to finally bring in some real dry air to Florida.
Actually going to feel a little bit like fall.
I think so. I think maybe by late Saturday to Sunday, it could, dare I say, a little crisp waking up for our native Floridians on Sunday morning, maybe.
All right, so have those hoodies ready and whatever else we need for that.
Mid to upper 60s, maybe.
Ooh. Wow, been a while.
Yeah.
Been a while. All right. Well, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
We're going to take a break here on Florida Live to give you this view from our launch credit union camera in Titusville. We'll be right back. A live look over downtown Orlando on this Monday afternoon. You can see some of those dark clouds there. And welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. It is time now for our Tampa connection. And for that, we go to Fox 13 digital content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live from the Fox 13 Tampa Bay newsroom. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. We're going to start today with a deadly officer-involved shooting that's under investigation over in Pinellas Park. Now, this happened yesterday afternoon when the owners of a short-term rental called police because they thought that their current renter, whose lease was up that day, they thought that this person was trashing the house. So when the police went there, they said that the man who was inside, he has been identified this morning as Eric Tunn. They said he answered the door while holding a knife, and then he closed the door and became very confrontational, and he piled all sorts of furniture up against that door to barricade himself inside. Now, those officers, they were able to get Ton on the phone, and when he talked to them, he asked them why they were surrounding the home. And then that call ended. Now, officers said that they tried to reach him at least 40 more times before they entered the house through the garage. Now, these officers, they were carrying shields as well as beanbag rounds. Now, those obviously are less lethal than bullets. Those officers, they said they found Tunn in the living room. They told him multiple times to drop the knife, and then they used those less lethal beanbag rounds to try to subdue him. However, they said that that suspect lunged at officers with a knife, and he was able to stab one of those officers in the shoulder, and that's when another officer shot Ton. He was taken to an area hospital where he later died. Now, detectives with the Pinellas County Use of Deadly Force Investigative Task Force, they are the ones who will investigate this shooting. Garrett?
All right, and our second story in today's Tampa connection, Nancy, a suspect wanted for a crime in the Bay Area arrested a long ways away.
Yes, that's right. The U.S. Marshals arrested Daniel St. Pierre. He is wanted in Hernando County for child molestation, and they were able to catch up with him in France. Now, those U.S. Marshal agents, they said that St. Pierre fled Florida, and he went back to his home country of Canada before going to France. In July of 2025, a felony arrest warrant was issued for St. Pierre after investigators say that he violated the terms of his pretrial release by removing a court-ordered monitoring device without authorization. Now, the United States, the U.S. Marshals Service of the Middle District of Florida, along with help from the agency's Office of International Operations, the International Criminal Police Organization, that is better known as Interpol, and French authorities, they were able to work together to coordinate this arrest of St. Pierre without incident in France. Now, St. Pierre, he is awaiting extradition back to the United States, and if he is convicted, Garrett, he is facing a minimum mandatory sentence of 25 years.
Wow, that is, gosh, to find him all the way in France, investigators working overtime to track down that suspect. I would say that's a safe bet.
Yeah, they're definitely working overtime. Again, he was wanted in Hernando County. He is accused of child molestation, but they also say that he violated his terms of his pretrial release by removing that court-ordered monitoring device without authorization. Like I said, he is a Canadian citizen, and they said he went up to Canada, and then he went over to France, and that's where they were able to arrest him.
And finally, Nancy, the kickoff today to a special event in Pinellas County.
Yeah, that's right. The Taste of the Beaches is back. Now, this event, it was supposed to be held last year as well, and there were over 50 restaurants who were going to participate. But then Hurricane Helene struck and the event was canceled. Now, many of those restaurants could not reopen in time for this year's festivities, and some actually have closed for good. But nearly 40 restaurants will be taking part in this event, and this event is meant to help boost business and benefit local nonprofits. Now, for those restaurants who survived the back-to-back hurricanes, they say that this has been a hard-won comeback. We did speak with the owners of Chill Restaurant and Bar in St. Pete Beach. They said their business has weathered COVID as well as the two major storms since opening in 2020. And during Helene, they said more than 2 feet of water flooded their restaurants. And on the flip side of that, one customer told us that this event is so much fun and she has been looking forward to it for a while. She said that she and her friends use it as an excuse to restaurant hop by boat and sample all of the dishes along the Gulf Coast. Several Caddy's locations, Rumfish and Sloppy Joe's are just a few of those restaurants that will be participating, and the Taste of the Beaches runs through next Sunday. Garrett?
Hey, sounds like a good excuse.
Yeah, it's definitely a good excuse. These restaurants are amazing as they are, but they're even more fun when you can travel to each one by boat and sample a little bit of everything from each one.
That sounds like a good time. Fox 13 digital content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us for our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
We are tracking some breaking news here on Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look right now at MCO. That's Orlando International Airport. There's a ground stop in effect right now because of thunderstorms. This in from the FAA. Looks like that ground stop is through 3:15, so about another hour potentially. They're saying departure delays tracking an average of 90 minutes and increasing because of that. So we'll try to keep you updated on this. They are expecting some delays here, but some large impacts as from the weather that we've been tracking here in Central Florida this afternoon. So if you're heading out to the airport, or maybe you're there now, certainly be patient because there are going to be some delays, and especially if this ground stop continues, as it could be for potentially almost another hour. So we'll keep an eye on that. Well, we also heard just a little bit ago from the state attorney in Volusia County, where he announced the indictment of the man accused of killing an off-duty Edgewater police officer. State Attorney R.J. Larissa making that announcement earlier today, and also saying he plans to seek the death penalty against that suspect.
It's unclear what, if any, motive there actually was for this particular killing. But it's very clear that it was premeditated, and it's very clear that the way it's very clear that this case deserves the ultimate punishment. So what I also would like to announce here today to all of you is that I have signed and will be filing a notice of intent to seek the death penalty in this particular case. And we are alleging that it was heinous, atrocious, and cruel, and cold, calculated, and premeditated. The defendant purchased the gun from Buck's gun rack several days before. He picked it up that day at 2 p.m., the day of the murder, the day of the shooting, the day of the killing. And 2 hours and 6 minutes later, he emptied the contents of the ammunition in that weapon, that 10-millimeter Glock, I believe it was, into the body of our victim. So we will be seeking the death penalty in this case. The intent will be filed today. The notice of intent, if any of you would like a copy of it.
It takes all of us to do this, and I really appreciate the speed in which we were able to get these jobs in front of the grand jury. And I know for the Jewell family and everybody that knows or worked with Officer Jewell, I think they're all breathing a little bit of relief knowing that, hey, the state attorney really went after this, and he's doing everything humanly possible to make sure that he's held accountable. Because I know RJ saw the video, and his staff saw it over and over and over again, and he said it. It's chilling. It really, really shakes your core to see what happened. And you guys only saw the gun. You didn't see what happens after Officer Jewell goes to the ground and somebody stands on top of him and pumps multiple bullets in their head. And then we get a question, is he mentally ill or not? But you can rest assured, by the time it's all done, Frankie here will be writing all about how this is a miscarriage of justice, because just as you did to Officer Rayner, they'll do the same thing to Officer Jewell's family.
At this point, is the sheriff's office role in this kind of commencements entirely in the prosecution's hands, or are you continuing to gather evidence?
We are always working closely with the state attorney, with his investigators, and with the assigned state attorney to that case, because nobody just says we're done. Things go on. You're constantly looking and see what's going to happen here as we go forward.
Do you have any thoughts on motive? That's one thing that keeps me back to.
Everything that the state attorney said, we completely agree. We don't understand it. I mean, we don't understand it. But again, he purchases the gun on September 5th, I think it was the 5th, from Buck's gun rack, and doesn't pick the gun up again until the morning of that killing, when he talks about not having a good day. And then 2 hours and 6 minutes later, everybody saw and knows what happened.
So still some questions about why what happened. Eduardo Machado, the suspect in this case, indicted on a first-degree murder charge. He is accused of killing Officer David Jewell, that off-duty Edgewater police officer who was shot. I believe they said they found 24 shell casings, believe 24 shots were fired at the off-duty officer as he waited in line inside that convenience store. You saw a snippet of that surveillance video. And you heard them describe the chilling nature of what happened. So the big update today, that suspect has been indicted, and the prosecutor will seek the death penalty against the suspect in that case. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back after this. Give you a live look right now at the tower at the Orlando International Airport on this Monday afternoon. A live look right now at the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C., where the federal government shutdown continues, as does the finger-pointing between Republicans and Democrats. 3 o'clock, so about half an hour from now, that is when the U.S. Senate is slated to reconvene to begin the week, and they are expected to hold some procedural votes, potentially looking at ending the government shutdown, taking a look at those funding plans. The Republicans have one, the Democrats have one as well. They've already voted on those a couple times last week and didn't advance it. Nothing ended up really happening with that. Unclear if anything will be different when that happens later today. But we did hear strong words from the White House press secretary earlier today. If you were watching with us live here on Fox Local, as we heard her saying that the president is trying to get Democrats to sign on to this clean continuing resolution to reopen the government, and then they can negotiate for some of the things that they are wanting. That is what we also heard from House Speaker Mike Johnson, who spoke earlier today, urging the passage of that so-called clean CR and then to reopen the government. And here is a little bit of what Speaker Johnson had to say earlier today.
And our appropriators, while they were working in good faith, they ran out of time. Why? Because the end of the fiscal year is September 30th, not December 31. And so the clock was just running out. So what we did, because Republicans are in charge of both houses right now, is the responsible thing. Leader Thune in the Senate and I in the House, we sat down with our appropriators and we said, let's come up with a simple stopgap measure to keep the lights on and keep the government open so that appropriators can finish this very healthy process for the people they represent. And so we put together a very simple, clean, continuing resolution. Why do we say it's clean? Because there's nothing to it. It's 24 pages. It's the bare minimum. It just says, keep the status quo, which, by the way, for all my Democrat friends, is the Biden-era policies and spending that we haven't been able to fix yet. We're in the process of getting appropriations done to repair all that, but we needed more time to do it. So in a bipartisan fashion, Democrats and Republicans got together and said, you know what? Fine, let's extend this until November 21st. The Democrats in the House agreed to that. That was the date. We put that bill on the floor. We passed it out of the House in bipartisan fashion. And we sent it over to the Senate. Well, now we expected, I thought, that Chuck Schumer would do what he's always done. The man has served in Congress 3/4 of my life, I think. And he has given impassioned speeches over the year, most recently in March of this year, that you have to fund continuing resolutions. You can't shut the government down because it's irresponsible and painful for the American people. He was right in March. He is not right today, which leads me to fact number 2. Fact number 1 was how we got here. Fact number 2 is why are we in this mess? Why did Chuck Schumer change his tune, and why is he now saying exactly the opposite of what he said 6 months ago? A picture's worth 10,000 words, okay? This is a copy of the Washington Examiner. Zoom in on that, all right? If you can't see this at home, I just had this on my desk on a big stack, and I found it. This is published March of 2025, March 26 exactly. It's a picture of Chuck Schumer looking very upset, very angry, walking out with a box, and all the House Democrats depicted their character, saying that he's an enemy of democracy. Why is he an enemy of democracy? Because the far left base in the Democrat Party has turned on Chuck Schumer because he did the responsible thing, get the lights on. Why? Because they want him to show a fight against President Trump. So Schumer doesn't want to be in this situation again. So he said, my gosh, he got his staff together and he got the far left wing of the party. He said, what do you want? What do you want me to fight on? So they created a red herring. A red herring is a distraction. They decided that they would pick a fight on health care. Well, let me look right into the camera and tell you very clearly, Republicans are the ones concerned about health care. Republicans are the party working around the clock every day to fix health care. This is not talking points for us. We've done it. A big part of the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Families Tax Cut, was to fix health care. Health care is broken in America. It's too expensive. The quality of care needs to rise. We need more access for more people, and we have lots of ideas to do that. But that issue is for debate in the next 3 months. It always was. We have members working on that. The tax credit, the subsidy you've heard about that expires December 31st, there's a lot of thoughtful debate and discussion that has already been going on about that and will go on about that. But that's a December 31 issue. So Chuck Schumer is scrambling. He has to have an issue. None of their policies are very popular. So they decided to lob onto health care, and he decided to claim to all of you that is the issue with government funding. It is not. Those are two totally separate things.
We also heard today from a group of Florida Democrats holding a news conference talking about their concerns with the ongoing government shutdown and the impacts of it on folks here in Florida. Here is a little bit of Florida Democratic Party Chair Nikki Fried and a DNC Veterans and Military Families Council co-chair, speaking about some of those impacts on families here in Florida, specifically talking about their concerns over health insurance and also the employees in the defense and aerospace industries who are facing potential layoffs as this shutdown continues.
Well, the problem is the fact that the government and the Republicans have made a decision to not fund healthcare. That is something the Democrats have to stand up, because right now families across the country are seeing those huge bills. They're right now on the exchange. They're right now looking at, come October 1st, seeing those mail, pieces from their healthcare companies saying that they're increasing of their premiums. And Republicans have not come to the table in good faith negotiations. And so we don't believe them. My God, Trump campaigned for all of his years at one. He has a concept of a plan. Okay. You're now in office for 9 months. Where's your plan to fix healthcare? Your plan is to cut millions of people off of their access to healthcare. That's your plan. And so the fact is that they have not come to the table to negotiate in good faith this entire time. Trump campaigned on not cutting these subsidies. Trump campaigned on not touching healthcare. And yet here we are. So we can't trust that come December, they're going to come back to the table. And so with a moment in time, we've got to take an opportunity to renegotiate this situation. I saw Rachel come off mute too. Oh, sorry.
That was an accident. I do want to say one thing about Congressman Jimenez. He was in he's on the Armed Services Committee. He was in a committee meeting and didn't even know the most basic things about, this is with my brother-in-law, so firsthand account. He didn't even know the difference between an O6 and an E6, which you might not either, and that's okay, but it is an officer grade 6 or an enlisted grade 6. You cannot intelligently do anything for the military, or actually for your constituents or anyone, if you can't bother to understand and learn the most basic things about the constituency that you purport to be representing. So when we're talking about these things, when we're talking about whether it's healthcare or military readiness, as Tom mentioned, or taking care of our veterans, we're dealing with people who are so focused on making sure that Donald Trump stays happy so that he doesn't attack them, so that they're not in his crosshairs. And my last name is Vindman, so I know a lot about being in Donald Trump and the MAGA crosshairs, but they need to come to the table. They need to do what's best for their constituents. And if they don't, we're going to call them out. So there's nothing about a clean bill, because these are not people who are doing anything in good faith. They have shown us that they will do exactly what he wants them to do. And for that reason, that's why no one is voting on this bill. That's why we have the government shutdown.
I'm always going to be front and center about bipartisan support, especially bipartisan support and cooperation when it comes to impacting hundreds of millions of Americans. And so I will call upon the Florida congressional delegation, Democrats and Republicans alike. We have the power here in the state of Florida to cut a deal, always. We have 28 members of Congress. If those 28 members of Congress came together and found a deal to put the Floridians, that 2 million that are going to be kicked off of Medicaid, and another 4.7 that are going to see their health care premiums, put them first, not your partisan affiliation. I will always stand together and united with Democrats and Republicans who are willing to put the people first. And so I will continue to hold up that hope that is where we land, that Florida is the leader of this issue and come together. But unfortunately, you see Ron DeSantis wanting to continue to divide and attack. He was the only one of 2 Republican governors who didn't ask for the government to not be shut down. So we have this divide even in the Florida delegation and Florida leadership. But this is a time to show proven leadership, that you put aside the partisan differences, you find a way through this moment. Florida congressional delegation, I'm asking you and hoping that you listen to your constituents and find a way to come together, put partisan differences aside, put Floridians first, please.
So we will keep an eye on things as the Senate convenes at 3 o'clock. We'll see if there's any movement when it comes to the votes on the funding plans to end the government shutdown. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back after this. A live look right now from our Launch Credit Union camera in Brevard County along Florida's Space Coast, looking toward the Kennedy Space Center. Welcome back into Florida Live. Kara Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. Just a little bit ago on Capitol Hill, we heard from some lawmakers and also Bill Nye, the science guy, talking about their concern over proposed cuts to NASA's budget. So they called this a day of action led by the Planetary Society. Bill Nye is the CEO of that organization, and he joined lawmakers on Capitol Hill just a little bit ago to talk about the importance of fully funding NASA and their missions. And here's a little bit of what he had to say at that news conference just a little bit ago.
Good afternoon. I am Bill Nye, CEO of the Planetary Society, an organization representing nearly 50,000 people around the globe. Every day, citizens like you and me who believe the exploration of space is worthy use of our intellect and treasure. Rovers on Mars looking for the elusive evidence. The space program. These proposed cuts would force the premature termination of dozens of missions. Fully functioning spacecraft summarily turned off. Development work on virtually every future science mission summarily halted. We're not talking about delays in scientific exploration. We're talking about the end of it. While we're checking out, our competitors are checking in. There will be new Sputnik moments. Taikonauts of the China National Space Administration will almost certainly walk on the moon in the next 5 years. China Space will almost certainly return rock samples from Mars, which may carry the elusive evidence of ancient life before we can. Stunning pictures of these events will appear on the main page of every website, with every microphone button. We're back in business. Like, we wouldn't have this technology without space, you guys. We wouldn't have these cameras without space exploration and charge-coupled device cameras. So this is a turning point. This is a key point in this history of space exploration, and for me, for us, a key turning point in the history of the United States. These pictures of people walking on Mars, these pictures and images of rock samples brought back, people walking on the moon, rock samples brought back from Mars, will be on the front page of every newspaper. They'll be on the main page of every news website in the world. And so that's why we are all here today. 20 national organizations have come together. Over 300 supporters from every corner of the country have traveled here on their own dime and on their own time to walk the halls of Congress and save NASA science. This is not a luxury. It is a responsibility. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 8 of the U.S. Constitution recommends to Congress that they promote the progress of science and useful arts. It's in the Constitution. So commercial companies may provide transportation to orbit, and they may provide some major spacecraft components, but when it comes to exploration, there is no private option. There is no business case for the search for extraterrestrial life. There is no profit to be made studying Saturn's mysterious polar storm. No one is cashing in on whatever dark matter does to influence the motions of our galaxies and other galaxies in the cosmos. Yet NASA science is a bargain For every dollar spent, at least 3 come back into the economy. Last year, NASA's investment in science generated more than $20 billion of economic growth and supported over 80,000 jobs in all 50 states. Shutting off this economic engine would be X microphone buttons to pass a budget into law that protects NASA and NASA science. NASA's exploration of space is where, as Teddy Roosevelt said, we dare mighty things. Cuts to NASA science will not make the U.S. stronger. Investing in it will. Let's keep the United States the world leader in space for all of us and for generations to come. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, it is my honor to introduce a man who hails from my mother's home state, the great state of Maryland. Ladies and gentlemen, Glenn Ivey. Woo! Okay.
I'm going to stay away from that microphone button. Let's hear it for Bill Nye. All right.
If you open your folder, you could hit.
I'm going to go without notes, I guess. So we'll, and to the Planetary Society, what a turnout, my goodness. Yeah. You guys roll thick. I like this. I like this. In all seriousness, this is an important day, an important moment to be out here. And I appreciate the fact that they've come out in such large numbers to make the point that this is a critical moment for the United States when it comes to science, and NASA in particular. As Bill pointed out, we're falling behind with respect to China. They're pushing money towards, and money and engineers and scientists towards advancing science in China, competing against us, while we're doing the exact opposite. The White House almost wants to zero out NASA science, and if you look at agencies, we're doing all the wrong things. We need to, instead of choking off the pipeline of talent, we need to expand it so we can bring more people. I was a kid when we first started landing on the moon, and I remember we'd roll the TVs into the classroom so you could actually see it. And it inspired a whole generation of scientists watching that and just imagining what was possible and wanting to be part of that. We need to make sure we continue to do that work, continue to inspire the next generation, give them paths forward, whether it's respect to college or, graduate school or internships and fellowships at places like NASA so they can learn how to do the work from the people who've been doing it for decades and learning how to make a difference for the public sector here in the United States, but also for the world. So I think it's critical for us to make sure that the United States continues maximum funding. I think the House and the Senate, we're moving in a much better direction than the White House. I hope the House recedes to the Senate because they had even more money in there for the science expansion efforts. But we need to keep that going. So it's going to be a pivotal time when we get back. We're going to keep fighting about, I don't know when we're going to get back, but when we do, it's going to be an important moment to make sure we hash this out, commit ourselves to funding science moving forward so we can win the future just like as we have in the past. So with that, I'll turn it back. But thanks so much to all of you all for coming out. Keep up the great work.
And that was Congressman Glenn Ivey from Maryland speaking alongside Bill Nye. Bill Nye, the science guy. He is now the CEO of the Planetary Society. And they were talking about some of their concerns about the budget for NASA. You heard him talk about what he believes to be the importance of that. And you heard Congressman Ivey talking about the space race, the new space race. We've talked about that a lot from lawmakers here in Florida and other officials talking about the importance of the new space race and competing against China and having to needing to make sure that we continue to exert American dominance essentially in space when it comes to the moon, when it comes to trying to get to Mars. And so the Planetary Society is saying they have concerns specifically with a cut in NASA's science budget that they say threatens what they call an extinction level event for space exploration. So they called this as a day of action and held that news conference where you heard from Bill Nye, Congressman Ivey, several others as well, speaking just a little bit ago on Capitol Hill, and obviously something that we watch closely here because of our state's ties to the space industry. Well, we are going to take another quick break here on Florida Live. We are still tracking, let me see, no update on the ground stop. It is still showing till about 3:15, average 90-minute departure delay. So still tracking some impacts to flights here out of Central Florida this afternoon. But keep it here on Florida Live. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us. Before we went to break, I told you about the ongoing ground stop at MCO. I'm now seeing that the TPA also having some issues, a departure delay of an average of 30 minutes, according to the FAA's website. So certainly something to be aware of in Tampa as well. Well, let's take you to Jacksonville now, where it is a huge matchup for the Jags tonight on Monday Night Football. They're hosting the Kansas City Chiefs tonight, another matchup between quarterbacks Trevor Lawrence and Patrick Mahomes. And Fox 35 sports reporter Jonah Karp had the chance to speak with the Jags team reporter to preview the matchup.
Who would have thought that the Jaguars would have the better record going to this game, right?
I know, probably not many people, but if you can't get jacked up for Monday Night Football in any time of the year, then you probably shouldn't be around sports at all. Because Monday Night Football, just you hear the music and you get excited. So for the Jags to be 3-1, it's going to be a beautiful October evening. I do not necessarily recommend always day games, a little hot, but this is going to be great if you want to come out and see it. And the Chiefs, I mean, they're one of the premier teams in the league. So if you can catch them, even when now it looks like they're coming back to their normal status after the blowout of the Ravens last week, but they're coming in 2-2. So I'm excited to see what this looks like. Patrick Mahomes always making magic happen with whoever happens to be on the field. So I'm excited to see this and all of it in primetime.
You talked about, you came from New England, but you've now been in Jacksonville for a little while. The Jaguars don't get a lot of primetime games.
They do not.
And so when they do get primetime games, it's got to be so exciting, not just for the team, but the community, right?
Oh, absolute pandemonium. So when I first came, they don't get primetime very often. If they do, they don't always get it in Jacksonville. So my first season, we had Monday night and Sunday night football, and the atmosphere was amazing. It's just, it's all decked out. People are out of work already, so they're excited. They go straight tailgating. Some people take the day off and just go tailgate all day. So the atmosphere is there. Jags fans are some of the most dedicated ever. And if you put a good product out there, they are there. They're there even when it's a bad product, to be honest. But the celebration, the joy that they have when the team is good again, and Liam Cohen has very much injected that into the fan base right now, especially coming in 3-1. So I'm very excited to see the turnout. I might even come down a little early and see what's going on myself.
Or taking the day off of school or work to attend a football game?
I haven't, but I did date myself a little bit here. When the Red Sox won their first World Series, my school gave us the day off from school because they finally won. So,
which World Series was that?
The original, 2004. I was in 8th grade, and they were like, "This never happens, so we're just going to take the day, enjoy it, go ahead."
I like how you called it the original. Saying what in 100 years?
100 and some years, exactly.
What are you most looking forward to the rest of the season?
I'm just excited to see how this team progresses. For me, the mentality shift is very clear, and just being in the mix gives it a different energy. Obviously, last year they struggled, and it was pretty clear from the get-go that it wasn't going to be a great season. So when you're kind of meandering through the back end of a season, but not much to play for, it's just very different. In the NFL, if you're anywhere near 500, you're pretty much in the mix. So seeing this evolve, and I'm excited to see how long the defense can keep this up. They're leading the league in takeaways right now. So they've had 3+ in every single game. So I don't know if that'll continue with Patrick Mahomes because he doesn't like to throw interceptions, but maybe they'll get 1 or 2, and hopefully that'll be the difference.
How excited are you for this Trevor Lawrence, Patrick Mahomes battle?
Sure. I think every time it's a quarterback battle, it's always hard because they don't actually play each other. It's just like you're looking at it that way because those are the marquee names that we know. I'm excited. They've played each other a lot, actually. I think every season since Trevor's been in the league, they've had a matchup of some sort in the playoffs a couple of years ago. They went to Kansas City, but it's exciting. It's a big stage, and I think it's a huge opportunity for Trevor Lawrence. He's looked very different from what we've seen in past years. He's in command of this system. He has a lot of options. He has the autonomy to make a lot of play calls and make decisions on the field that maybe he didn't have in past years. So this is a huge opportunity on a primetime stage for him to show where he is and where he's at in the league.
What would you like to see out of Trevor Lawrence? He's in year 5 now. He's been in the league for half a decade, which is crazy in itself.
Especially because some of the kids coming out of college now are the same age as him.
Right. Oh, yeah.
With all the transfers. So
right. That's true. What do you want to see out of Trevor Lawrence the rest of the season?
I think just continued progress. A lot of it is getting on the same page with your receivers, whether that's Travis Hunter. And the thing about Liam Cohen's offense is it's very complex. There's a lot of motions. There's a lot of things where they can out or audible out of a play and shift to something else. And there's a lot to keep track of. It's not a simple, hey, we're just doing this one thing. So it's a lot for everybody to learn. And I think Trevor knows what he's supposed to be doing, but also learning where everybody else is supposed to be at any given time. That's part of the quarterback's job. So I think as things go along and they all get more comfortable in this, we're going to see things, see some more explosives, I think is what I'm looking forward to seeing, whether that's with the wide receivers or more big run plays. We've seen a lot of big run plays so far, but hopefully getting the wide receivers a little more involved.
Fun game. I'm looking forward to it. Kainani Stevens, do a great job. Thanks for hopping on. Really appreciate it.
Jonah, thanks for having me.
And you can see more football talk coming up at 3:30 on Fox Local. We'll have some weather coverage at 3 on Fox Local. The ground stop has been lifted at MCO. It is now a ground delay. Thanks for joining us on Florida Live.